Hi, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon or good evening. We are again live from New York City. I'm still the global blockchain leader. I'm Paul Brody at EY. I haven't done anything to mess it up, although I'm carefully not checking my email this week just in case there's news to the contrary. We have an incredible lineup today. Today is our focus on manufacturing and public sector. So we're going to talk about public service, how blockchains can work for global organizations and charities. And then we're going to talk about manufacturing. And this is a really big deal because a couple of days ago, we announced our very first products, OpsChain Supply Chain Manager, that allows companies not just to do product traceability, but to do inventory management and asset management under privacy, making use of Polygon Nightfall. So we have some really cool stuff today. I want to shout out and say thank you to everybody who watched yesterday, something like 600 or 700 people. The replays are up at ey.com/blockchain summit. And you can also watch the replays on our YouTube channel. So that part is very exciting. Before we get started, and I'm going to hand over to my co-host in a couple minutes, I've got my boss and somebody who has to be impressed, Jeff Wong. He's a Global Chief Innovation Officer at EY, and we've got him on the line. And I want to take advantage of his expertise just to have him drop a couple sort of pieces of perspective. So Jeff, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Paul, for having me. And I can confirm in the affirmative that you are still the global blockchain leader.
That's very good news. Thank you. This is that put my heart at rest. What I would love for you to do today is just take a moment, put blockchain in the context of EY's overall innovation and investments, and in particular, one of the things that comes up a lot, and I got this on my CoinDesk TV, the interview the other day, is like the markets are all over the place. Like, does this affect our point of view on stuff like this?
Well, Paul, as you know, we oversee a number of different emerging and advanced technologies, and blockchain is one of the two named technologies we've had since the beginning. And I have to say, I am even more enthusiastic, excited about the momentum that we're seeing, not just in our business, but in the world at large. And I think that really gets to the second part of your question, this bumpiness in the market that we see today. Obviously caused by a number of different factors. But the first thing that really I think about is that we've seen this before. We've seen any technology as it bursts out of the gate get a lot of momentum and hype associated with it, and then come down and then burst up again. And if you think back to the Internet One, right, 1999, the web, we saw this happen before. And you know what it makes us think about? It makes us be a bit more vigilant about the companies that were really on solid foundation and great pillars underneath them. Because what we do know, as we know today, clearly from hindsight, is the expansion beyond that is truly remarkable and credible. And that's everything that we're seeing in the market right now. So we're not just keeping along with our blockchain investment, as you know, Paul. We're accelerating it.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about that. I mentioned this in my keynote talk, right? We almost doubled our R&D spending last year. We're expecting to increase it another 70% next year. And this way, with you on video, I've publicly committed you to that. So thank you in advance. And thank you for dropping by this morning. I really appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Thank you for having me. Good luck with the rest of the day and fantastic show so far.
Thank you. So I'm going to hand over to my co-host for this morning. We got two co-hosts coming to join us. The first is James Canterbury. James, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Paul.
James is one of our top product experts. He's probably one of the top people who've built and sold and delivered supply chain solutions. So he's going to be our primary host today. And with that, I'm just going to hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Paul. I'm so excited to be here. This is such a great topic. There's so much happening in this space. And I feel like after years of explaining in manufacturing how these blockchains would work, we're seeing all this stuff start to come together. So it's my pleasure today to announce our first set of speakers, Dr. Concha Verdugo, a senior analyst at the IMF, as well as Loreno Rivero, also at the IMF. So thank you both.
So hi, everyone. And I think my slides should be up now. I'm Lorena Rivero from the IMF.
Advance by one and it should show up.
No, but okay, now it's on the green one. Okay, there we go. Okay. So very nice to meet you all. I'm from the IMF, from the Fiscal Affairs Department. So we are not starting with the manufacturing part, we're starting with the public finance part. And we have a case study on this, on how blockchain can be used for public financial management, combating corruption and accountability. And just to give a bit of an overview, the IMF's framework for strengthening good governance and combating corruption it's not something new. The IMF is much more known for the stabilization of the financial markets, for supporting governments in distress, for all these things. But actually, the work on governance for the IMF goes back to the 1990s, and we have stressed the importance of good governance for macroeconomic policies. because we have identified and we have the studies that show that poor governance is clearly detrimental to economic activity and welfare. So the fund is working a lot with its members to promote good governance and combating corruption. And I know we are thinking about blockchain and how these can come up in here. So I will get to that afterwards. So specifically, we look at five state functions where we need to combat corruption and identify where governance needs to be strengthened to the extent that they are macro relevant. So going specifically on anti-money laundering, preventing international facilitation of transnational corruption, we focus on governmental functions that are more relevant to economic performance. For example, here we have these issues that are fiscal governance, financial sector oversight, anti-money laundering and combating financing of terrorism, central bank governance and operations, market regulations. We look at rule of law, which is highly relevant for property rights, investor protection, and so forth. And for all these comes to combating corruption, of course. Digitalization supports these functions in many different ways from a public finance point of view. This has been less stressed in previous time because public finances has been a main aim of only financial management, not looking at governance, but this has changed even more and more. And digitalization takes an important role to improve governance because it's not longer an option for governments if they want to keep credibility vis-a-vis the citizens, right? They are using digitalized services. They expect the same quality of service, at least from their government. So it is now an issue of credibility, the digitalization. So these things start to get intertwined in digitalization for combating corruption in this context. So as a reminder, the public financial management, and that's where we work, is concerned with the whole budget cycle, the process from starting a fiscal strategy, budget preparation, execution, reporting, audit, and so forth. The functions of a public financial management include original inputs of data. And we are looking at this from the financial management information systems, which are usually the main support of public financial management functions. So we look at the fiscal forecasting and preparation that requires initial inputs of data, the budget execution, the treasury and cash management, public investment management. I'm giving you here a menu of all the process that are being digitalized inside of ministries of finance to actually support public financial management. We have the accounting and financial transactions, assets management, public sector balance sheet. We have the performance orientation of the budget and improved service delivery, collection of tax and non-tax revenue, fiscal risks oversight, and of course, transparency. But now, if we're looking at many innovations on this sense inside of the financial management information systems, such as machine learning, distributed ledger databases such as blockchain, which can be powerful tools to support fiscal sustainability and providing faster, more timely, and accurate information for fiscal policy and decision making. We seek with us to enhance the timeliness and efficiency of PFM processes and tools and improve service delivery to the citizens, reduce opportunities for corruption and misappropriation of funds by introducing automated controls. So we see a big opportunity here to also strengthen fiscal transparency and accountability. Now, one of the things, and here, since we are in a blockchain summit, I always like to bring this up. And this is a photo that I took at the Hirshhorn Museum a couple of weeks ago. And this is from Laurie Anderson. She was a first NASA artist resident. And one of the things that you see here, if you think technology will solve your problems, then you don't understand technology and you don't understand your problems. So from our point of view, what we are saying here is that the public financial management function comes first, and then the technology needs to be responsive to what the problem or issue is. So from our side, from the IMF, what we're looking at is how we identify the problem, we identify the opportunity for efficiency, for effectiveness of public financial management, and then which technology we can introduce. So not saying here that a blockchain for everything, but rather how we can introduce the correct technology. So here in this next slide, what I have is the link between digitalization and public financial management. And what we want to see and leave here is that the objective needs to go first, and then the technology that we choose. For example, here, if we want to reduce waste from mismanagement and corruption, we can use machine learning for controlling commitments in the financial management information system. If we want to automate the procurement operations, we can use smart contracts with blockchain. If we want to lower the costs of to accommodate more beneficiaries, we can use some RPA to validate beneficiaries. So there is no one technology that can support all public financial management functions, but we need to keep the objective first in mind. So it is not about what technology we use, but how we use the technology for public financial management. So making good choices for technology is crucial. And that is what we come to other governments to say. And even as technology choices can vary, many prerequisites are always the same and often overlooked. So having the basis is super important and related to gathering the correct data in the correct structure to allow reuse and interoperability of all the data. So we are working on the digitalization guidelines for public financial management, where we identified these 6 core attributes of the functional processes that require to be looked. And this is how we capture the data, in which structure it is given, how we store the data, how we enhance the analytical capabilities, and how we make this open by default and create this progressive disclosure of data. So what we're looking at from the Fiscal Affairs Department is to establish and support governments in having the basis correct. And from there, we can apply any different technology, because if we have the correct data in the correct structure, we can actually innovate and create and change processes using different types of technology. And now with this entry, I will leave the floor to my colleague Concha Verdugo, who is actually implementing a case with Guinea-Bissau that works as a very good example of how payroll management in Guinea-Bissau is using blockchain. And we're looking at all the different moments of the core attributes that are the correct gathering of the data, the correct structure, the correct interoperability to achieve a certain purpose. So with that, I will leave to Concha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lorena. And I want to take the opportunity to thank Ernst & Young, not only for the invite today, but also for the close collaboration. A special thanks go to Mark McDonald, Pramod, and Paul for all the support to our project. We can start the presentation, please, if you can upload the slides. Thank you. What are the issues we want to discuss today? So initially, how we develop our idea and how we are moving from the idea to operations. What are the key issues? An overview of our solution and the preliminary prototype we have developed, the success factors that are put in place until today. What are our next steps and the risks that we are facing, and concluding our learning lessons in this case. Please move. Next slide, please. Thank you. No, the previous one. Thank you. Next one. Next one. How we start our project. In 2019, just to connect what Lorena said, we conducted a governance mission in the field, and we identified key macro governance vulnerabilities, including poor budget credibility, transparency, and oversight, including in the wage bill and other areas of the public finances, and also very, very inadequate financial controls and reporting. After that, we discussed with Ernst & Young and the authorities whether we could find a solution, a digital solution to fix some of these problems. At the same time, the IMF was organizing a challenge, an anti-corruption challenge, and our team was one of the winners in 2020. After that, we started drafting the agreements between IMF, Ernst & Young, the authorities, to start a pilot in the field. And we also reach out to many international donors to see whether they could be interested in supporting this case. Until now, we founded at least two international organizations, the UNDP and the African Development Bank, are very interested in funding the project. We can move on this. One of the key elements of moving from the idea to the operations in the field is the team. And we have put together several skills that are needed when you work in a fragile environment. So the team here represents skills in the diplomacy, in the anti-corruption, in the public finances, in the technical aspects of the blockchain, and also on the legal aspects. We, the team, are supervised by a steering committee, which includes the ministers of finance, the minister of public administration, senior staff from Ernst & Young at the IMF, but also we have observers from various international organizations, also an advisory committee that advises us on the blockchain's applicability and scaling up, and also how we can deploy this blockchain in other areas of public finances. Please move. What are the key issues that we are trying to fix in Guinea-Bissau? I think we can put these issues in three pockets. The first one would be transparency, the very, very low transparency. Why? Because the wage bill itself is very fragmented into several components. We found that 9 lines of the budget are paying for different concepts of the wage bill. Also, if you look at the Ministry of Finance, half of the wage bill is paid at what we call incentives, not only salaries, but incentives, and this is a big portion. And some of the recipients of these incentives are not even public employees. Some of them are paid in cash, which gives, it doesn't help to the accountability process. And also it's very difficult to track all the different databases and employees and bank transfers. So this is one of the aspects. The second is the reliability of data, initial data. The databases among them are not consistent. Records can be mutable anytime. There's no early checks on data integrity. This is something Lorena has also mentioned. We found that some of the registers are processed manually and there is no systematization. The reports on these issues are very late to the ministers and more importantly to the audit board. There is no way you can on real time track the funds and the objectives of what is budget, what is the actual execution. So this is the second important pillar, but the third one is what matters here. We are operating under huge risks. This is a very fragile environment. Starting by the fiscal situation, the fiscal space is very narrow because this wage bill and all the inefficiencies consume more than 60% of the revenue of the country. We are working under very, very fragile institutional framework and political instability. We have recently had an attempted coup d'etat. For example, last week, the assembly, the parliament was dissolved. Human resources capacity is very limited, and also they have a low track record of sustaining reforms in the medium term. We can move on this. Thank you. So what are the key ideas behind the solution? The idea is to deploy these tokens to identify employee and funds. Then the second would be the smart contracts, which will help us to codify employee compensation and also the allocation in the envelopes in the budget. And more importantly, the indicators, the output indicators. So how the system is going to generate these red flags so that these inefficiencies and inconsistencies don't continue. For example, we should be able to raise flags when an employee is not a public employee, or it's receiving 5 salaries at the same time, or the execution in one of the lines of the budget, it's much higher than what has been budgeted. Can we move, please? So in this overview of the solution, there are 3 key elements on top of the tokens, the smart contracts, and the indicators we want to do. So basically what we have is a country where the systems are not integrated. We would like to connect all the systems across departments, agencies, and external entities. We want to synchronize them and create one and unique source of truth in this area. And this is what we are trying to do at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Administration. And importantly, it's to access to this information from the web browser, the mobiles, and the tablets. What is really happening here is that we need to flag these inconsistencies, inefficiencies in a way that has not been done previously. And we will do that with these smart contracts and intelligent algorithms. What we want basically to flag here is illicit behavior, ghost workers, multiple salary payments to single individuals, as I mentioned before, in terms of red flags. And most importantly, we want to create immutable records. When there are investigations, someone can go and see what has been happening. And this will be very important in terms of financial controlling and also in improving the fiscal space of the country in almost near real time. So in terms of policy making, the Minister of Finance will be very well prepared to also forecast next steps in the medium term. On security issues, my colleagues Ernst and Young can explain this much better than I can because I'm an economist. But it's very important that all this solution is deployed and designed complying the highest standards in terms of protection and confidentiality and security, and especially when you are working in a very, very fragile context like this one. Can we move, please? Let me show here what the situation is. The situation is that we are, for the moment, just working on 2 ministries. We plan to scale up this to all the ministries, but just for your information, we have several databases showing the same information, but they are not consistent among them. This would be more formal databases, which is called the CGRAPH, but others that work outside of the system and control cash payments, bank transfers, payments to people who work in other ministries that are not public employees, that are former employees of international organizations. So in a very simple way, the blockchains will consolidate all this data and make a single source of trust for the Ministry of Finance payments. Thank you. Can we move? Here we have just an image of our preliminary prototype. This has been put together by the Ernst & Young team with the input from the IMF staff. And what we try to do here is to show, you can see, you will see in the right side lines of the budget, several lines of the budget, and what's the level of execution versus the budget, and what has been paid in cash and in the bank transfers. And in the right side, you would see the alerts raising these key indicators I was explaining, no? Anomalies that we find in the process. So this is not a public employee, doesn't have sufficient codes to identify the person. This person is outside of the Ministry of Finance. What we are paying is above what was budgeted. So this is the kind of alerts we are raising in the prototype. What is important here is to understand that the prototype needs to be negotiated with the authorities. This is a product for the authorities and it's owned by the authorities. And this has been a very serious conversation. So who owns the intellectual property of the pilot itself? This is also a very difficult conversation. It took time, more than 1 year, but we are moving on this. Now we need to make sure that the authorities own the tool. So customizing the tool, it's very important. And in a fragile environment, we need to be very careful how we frame the discussions also. When these alerts are raised here, we need to engage with the authorities on following an accountability framework. So who is gonna follow up on these alerts? Who is gonna be investigated? These discussions in fragile contexts are complex and we need to take into account cultural issues. Thank you. Can we move forward? What are the success factors that we have seen so far in the implementation of our idea? So there are two different aspects. One is what is institutional, and I would say that government ownership has been the most important. We have been working with a reformer, the Minister of Finance, and his close collaborators. Time resources are important. So in fragile environments, you cannot have these discussions in the way you were expected in advanced economies. And also you need to have a policy reform agenda in place. It's not that you think that blockchain will solve the problem. You need to have a basis to implement the digitalization in the country. You need to have agreements on the strategy on governance issues. And you need to have support not only from the minister, that is the reformer, but also by the prime minister, the vice prime minister, the president of the country needs to be informed. In this context, also there is a high turnover in these positions. And when you decide to go forward and implement the digitalization, you need to have the resources. And in these countries are very difficult to have medium-term financial and human resources, and that this is sustainable. But also, you can have a very good digital tool, but you need to make the people accountable if the red flags are there. In terms of technological success factors, you need to understand the databases, and this has taken us a very long time to understand what is in there. The catalogs, the codes are difficult because the different agencies are not coordinated and not working together. So we are doing double effort. One, understanding, and then putting them together, coordinating the teams. Then also bringing them to issues to private regulations, infrastructure readiness to implement the tool, confidentiality safeguards. And as I mentioned, the agreement on the intellectual property of this customized solution. So what are our next steps and the risks that we are facing? I think still we need to work a bit on the technical enhancements and basically this data entry so that we have sufficient algorithms in place to catch data that is not sufficiently reliable. The second is the difficult conversations on the accountability framework. So what's going to happen when the red flags are in place? Who is going to follow up? Who is going to take the responsibility? And also the discussions with partners on the funding, the next steps. We plan to scale up this to other ministries, but we need to have the staff. So we need to train people in the field, not only for Guinea-Bissau, but also in that region that have very similar problems. So as I mentioned, the intention and the interest is on the scaling up. We also see a lot of potential of this tool for the areas of debt and cash management, especially also on emergency financing issues, procurement, and as I said, in the countries in the region that are also facing very similar problems. So I would like now to conclude on what we have learned so far in these 3 years of trying to operate in the field, this fantastic tool. If we can move to the last slide. Very good. So it's very important to leverage these digital tools to support the authorities' reform agenda in fragile states. But before doing that, you need to have consensus on what are the vulnerabilities, the key vulnerabilities, the macro critical vulnerabilities, and what reforms are needed. And for that, you need the consensus, not only domestic institutions, but also institutional partners who are at the end funding all this process. You need to have very strong leadership and ownership among the authorities. We have this, but in any time, the turnover is very high and we could lose this leadership. So we are trying to mitigate all the time these risks, but the risks are there. In terms of prioritization, what we see is there are a lot of interest on doing this, but things need to be prioritized in the context where the capacity it's low, and you always need support of international partners. So full diplomacy. In our case, we have our res rep who is deploying all these efforts in the field. And with that, I would like to conclude thanking very much all the team for the efforts and for the passions, and to the authorities for the leadership, and thanks again. Thank you very much.
Great. Wow. Concha, Lorena, thank you so much for sharing that. The way you laid out some of the issues and risks with public finance management, it's just so awesome to hear the way that we're able to apply the technology to do this. There were just a lot of things that kind of jumped out of those slides as you were presenting around the integration and the quality, the security that this technology is going to help bring into these processes. So thank you so much for sharing that. We do have some time for a short break now. We will start with our next speaker at 10:40. So thanks everyone for listening. See you soon. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm excited to introduce my co-host, Alex Fletcher, one of our product managers for Global Blockchain. We're going to kick off our next session. Alex, would you like to introduce our speakers?
Sure. So in kind of keeping in theme, on theme with our day 3 conversations around Public Finance Manager and spending on the blockchain for public finance and manufacturing, we have next up Sandeep Nailwal, who is the CEO and co-founder of Polygon, who is going to be speaking to us about public finance and I think hopefully a little bit about crypto relief, and also one of our product managers from the EY Global Blockchain team, Pramod Gopalakrishna, who will be joining us from our Toronto office. Sandeep, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hey, everyone. This is Sandeep. I am one of the co-founders at at Polygon. Polygon is one of the top 20 projects, and in terms of the blockchain protocol, it's generally like one of the top 5 protocols which provides smart contracting smart contract platforms for the Web3 applications. These are public blockchains where Web3 applications can be built. And I also sometime back, during April 2021, I also founded this a fund called Crypto Relief, which was actually, was a very kind of instantaneous reaction from me while India was going through a huge COVID Delta wave, and I had started that fund, thinking that I was already doing a lot of voluntary activities. But I thought that, okay, let me get some donations from the global crowd, especially from the crypto community, because there is a certain level of trust in me and Polygon and things like that. And that fund, or that simple tweet, absolutely became viral, and we were able to raise the Ethereum Foundation, Ethereum founder Vitalik Buterin donated like $1 billion in meme coin, and a lot of other investors and donors actually donated a lot of money. So overall, the fund was able to get like $470 million in the cash amount and USD amount and all that. And we have been doing a lot of work in India right now. Crypto Relief, obviously, because of the large side of the fund, has become the largest private sector funder of many of these non-profit NGO activities. We touched hundreds of millions of lives in the for the COVID related stuff, like things like we did stuff with UNICEF, where we got like 300 million syringes donated into India, where there was a supply chain shock and things like that. And a lot of things working for the medical staff, and working with NGOs to spread awareness and awareness about taking vaccinations, helping medical workforce to uplift their spirits to keep working in India, getting oxygen into India, helping the infrastructure in the hinterland and things like that. So there have been a lot of activities that Crypto Relief is doing, and now currently it's like, as I said, that it's one of the biggest private sector funding providers into these healthcare non-profit activities in India. Apart from that, apart from doing these small activities and funding these small activities wherever they are happening in India, especially related to the healthcare sector, what we are also thinking is, how can we use this money to have a long-lasting impact in terms of setting a long-lasting medical infrastructure in India? Like, can we there were products, there have been projects like 100-bed ICUs that, India is a very, very large country, as everyone knows here, with I think 1.3 to 1.5 billion people. So getting these 10-bed ICUs in various parts of the hinterland where the medical care cannot reach are some of the projects where we are working on the infrastructure. But also, recently we have been also, with deep thinking, we also realized that one of the biggest reasons why Delta wave was so lethal on India is that somehow we were not able to detect the breakout of this Delta virus, variant of the coronavirus in India, at the right time. So we are also working on, building the virology institute, building a state-of-the-art virology institute in India, probably which can help, Indian government also to do many of these early detections. We are also resorting to artificial intelligence, providers who can actually detect these things via a lot of social signals, and as well as from the genomic data and all that. So, a lot of things that are happening, and the focus is that how can we make crypto relief a long-lasting medical infrastructure participant in India. Uh, Also, since it's a blockchain and crypto related fund, uh, there is a massive need of transparency. Actually, in my original tweet itself, I said that I will personally make sure and take care of the full transparency of this, any money that comes into it, because we all know that, especially in India also, what we have seen is in the past, especially in the past decade or so, the maximum amount of non-profit activity has had connections with, illicit usage of money and things like that. So ensuring absolute transparency, because that's in the spirit of blockchains, all the data being on chain and everything, we want to make sure that this, not only as a fund it has an impact, but it also emerges as the most transparent non-profit fund globally. And for that itself, we have been working with a lot of partners in that sense, who can actually help us to take this transparency to the next level. And that's why we are working with the partners like Ernst and Young and some more in that sense. And that's why, extremely pleased to be working with the Ernst and Young Public Finance Manager. I think the product enables us to track all of these blockchain based expenses that we are making sure that each penny of those funds is actually going into the real on the ground work. So having this entire, right from the evaluation and then finalization of a particular grant towards a particular project, and then ensuring that the impact of that fund is is actually done in a proper way and analyzed in a proper way. That's why, we needed a software, and I think EY PFM software is absolutely bang on target for that. So we are very happy to be working with it, and hopefully with that we can have all the data in one place, and then make it publicly viewable out. So make the data also eventually fully open source. That way anybody can audit, and also get bigger partners, big four partners and other reputed partners to do full blown audits and publish those audits in the public. So yeah, I'll pause here and leave it over to Pramod to give a live demo of how PFM product works. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. Pramod, over to you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you for that. Good day, everyone. And thank you for tuning into this masterclass on the EY OpsChain Public Finance Manager. Just a little bit about me. I am, so let me get to, yeah. So just a quick introduction. So I am Pramod, and I am the Global Product Manager, and I'm based in Toronto. I've been working with the public sector practice leaders, industry stakeholders, and a team of brilliant engineers in building this product. And I'm very excited to talk about it today with a special focus on how we intend to use it for Crypto Relief India, which Sandeep just spoke about, and also how we can apply it to similar charities and not-for-profits. So today, I just want to talk a little bit about what PFM is, or the Public Finance Manager is, how it works under the hood, and how we plan to apply it for Crypto Relief India as a case study. And then I'll dive into a quick demo of the product and wrap it up with responding to any questions if we have. So what is Public Finance Manager? Now, before we get into what Public Finance Manager is, what is important to understand is public financial management as a discipline or a function itself. And what that is in a sense, a combination of processes, institutions, systems, and policies that govern the use of funds, public or otherwise, from collection all the way to execution, expenditure, and outcome measurement. Now, governments use PFM for execution on their fiscal policies. Multilateral institutions use it to execute on their global development and sustainability agenda. And charities and not-for-profits for effectively managing the funds for their mission. So as you can see on the left here, it typically goes through a periodical cycle of planning, budgeting, execution, and performance assessment, which then acts as a decision-making input to the next budgeting cycle. However, as appropriation and disbursement of the funds begin and they start flowing through the value chain, the effective and efficient allocation of these funds downstream and the performance assessment of those funds becomes extremely complex, and it presents a number of challenges. Firstly, it's difficult to obtain an integrated view of the financial and non-financial data, so understanding outcomes in relation to the expenditure. Secondly, reconciling between appropriation and the internal management accounting frameworks along the value chain is a big challenge. Thirdly, the huge overheads involved in reconciling, aggregating, and reporting all the way back up the chain is time-consuming and costly. And fourth, same goes with audit. At the same time, and complete audit coverage is key for transparency, but it's currently costly and a time-consuming activity. And this is important for regulatory bodies and the public in general. And lastly, lack of timely reports. This often takes way more time for us to build a complete picture of what is achieved versus what is spent. And this impedes decision-making ability in a near real-time or same-time fashion. Now, what we see is a common thread for all these challenges, and that is transparency or lack thereof. And so addressing this means that, addressing these challenges means enhancing transparency. And enhancing transparency means answering three key questions. What is the money being spent on? How and when is it being spent? And what is being achieved? I think if we answer these three questions, we get enough transparency, and this can help us solve or address some of these challenges. So who is it really applicable for? And we've spoken about crypto relief, but it's also applicable for a wide array of ecosystems. So governments at any level, municipal, provincial, state, federal, or multilateral institutions and development banks, charitable organizations, not-for-profits that we just discussed, and even DAOs that manage grants. Everyone benefits from transparency because there are multiple benefits to it. So you have accuracy of data, you have timeliness, you have decision-making ability, and more specifically for governments, they can enhance public accountability. They can enhance allocative efficiency and achieve economies of scale. Same goes for multilateral institutions. They can achieve integration of outcomes, economies of scale, as well as allocative efficiency all the way down to their huge portfolio of projects. Charities can also do the same thing. They can also achieve lower reporting burden and deliver results more optimally. And a key thing to note here is a central governance mechanism can potentially address it, but it's very ineffective at solving this problem. So we have to look at a decentralized mechanism, such as a blockchain that offers that and allows us to do so. And that is why we developed the EY OpsChain Public Finance Manager to address these use cases. Let's look at how this works. And so I'll just go into so first the ecosystem itself. So in a typical value chain, what we can see here from left to right is you typically have a central finance function. So this could be the treasury, this could be a finance function in the government, it could be the financial controller or the fund administrator. And the money gets appropriated and dispersed down to immediate grantees, sub-grantees, or different departments and intermediaries all the way down the chain to different vendors and individual recipients and beneficiaries. Now, these grantees, sub-grantees, vendors, intermediaries, etc., may have lending agreements or other agreements, and they also have their own information systems, databases, or even just spreadsheets and manual paper-based processes. So where does the PFM product really come in? So what we do in the most simplest form is tokens represent money, and smart contracts represent the vehicle for disbursement of that money. So it could be a loan, it could be a grant, it could be a budget program for governments, or it could be just a project. Now, smart contracts also represent inter-organizational agreements that enable the transfer of these funds in return for goods or services. So it could be purchase orders, invoices, work orders, etc., that allow these transactions to happen. Now, tokens also represent, in this case, more importantly, tokens also represent outputs. Now, we say outputs, it's performance indicators, it's compliance controls. And this allows us to bring non-financial metrics along with the financial data all together. So we're talking about bringing value and data together. We're talking about bringing reporting and recording together all in one place. And that's the power of the blockchain. And so if you really think about this integration and what it achieves between financial and non-financial data, it's really looking at a dollar as a fungible, looking at a dollar as fungible versus a dollar with a purpose is non-fungible. And that's what we can achieve with this. So as the funds flow through this ecosystem, through various loans, grants, project funds, tokens move around tracking the movement of funds. Smart contracts encapsulate different business logic, business relationship for the execution of these transactions. Now, in a hybrid world, we have tokens following the real movement of fiat through the integrations we have with relevant systems. But there's, of course, potential to eventually integrate this with stable coins or even use native coins and provide the necessary input back to any of these systems of record as it applies. Now, transactions are recorded on the chain, and the product has a Web2 architecture or a Web2 set of capabilities, a simple to use form application that's accessible to everyone. And a few capabilities that allow us to access this application. So that is, you have the ability to onboard new users, organizations, grants, loans, etc. We have the configuration and transaction processing that allows us for everyday operation of grants, loans, and programs. And finally, analytics and reporting that provide the necessary decision-making dashboards and reports. Now, I'll get into all of this detail when I show the actual demo. So just a quick peek into the there we are. So a quick peek into the architecture for this. It's a hybrid Web2, Web3 application architecture that can help users transition into a Web3 model when appropriate. So I won't go into the details here, but just suffice to say, we have a user layer, which includes the external integration to data systems, as well as the user interface layer, the presentation layer that includes desktop, tablet, mobile accessible application, and wallets, self-custody wallets as well. And the application layer has a authentication authorization layer. It has an enterprise data integration framework, an API gateway, as well as an event management and transaction management capability that allows us to use something like a Kafka for managing high volume transactions. And then, of course, we have a smart contract framework, which supports these different business capabilities. Now, at the data or the protocol layer, we have off-chain databases to optimize some of the capabilities here, but also we have the protocol, which is effectively any EVM compatible protocol. So it could be a Mumbai testnet, Polygon, or any Ethereum-based protocol. So let's look at how we plan to apply this for crypto relief. So firstly, just to lay out, and I think Sandeep spoke about this, the extent of what crypto relief is doing. And it's currently managing fund disbursement for COVID relief in India, and it's quite a complex ecosystem. There are numerous foundations, non-governmental organizations, agencies, businesses, hospitals, and a number of participants in this that are trying to supplement or provide COVID relief. They are and to combat the pandemic as well, both ongoing and in the future. And also, while at the same time, navigating the tough regulatory and tax environment. So the pressing need for Crypto Relief India is to provide maximum transparency to the government and public, enhance their decision-making ability, and be in a position to collaborate with the government and the regulatory authorities. Now, let's use a simple illustrative use case here. Of course, it's just illustrative in nature. And so what we see here is Crypto Relief India selects and approves several grants and grant recipients who in turn spend it on specific purposes. So it could be rural health augmentation, for example, purchases of medical supplies like syringes, etc. And they all have further sub-grantees or other vendors and suppliers that they in turn spend the money on. Now, there are a few challenges here in this. One, there is very good transparency up to the immediate grantees for Crypto Relief, but there isn't a timely availability of information downstream beyond the immediate grantees. And secondly, we also have fragmented systems of varying maturity along the way. So some have information systems where they record all of the spend information and the outputs well, but there are some that don't. And so we have varying maturity along the way. And so some of this data gets lost in the value chain downstream. Thirdly, government and regulatory bodies need granular details and also the spend and accountability for every single rupee that's spent. And lastly, more importantly, it's important to instill public trust in the community for the impact that's being achieved. So how does the OpsChain Public Finance Manager really fit in here? Firstly, the underlying blockchain layer acts as a network for all the participants in this ecosystem to be on and acts as a single source of truth. The PFM product also brings in a service layer that integrates with all the various systems, regardless of the maturity. So in some cases, we may have to automate a few things. In some cases, we have to digitize a few things. But we do that along the way using standard API automation scripts, etc. And we help establish a transparent transaction layer throughout the value chain. Now, as these disbursements are made and corresponding tokens move between smart contracts that represent these different grants, transactions are also recorded on the chain, thus providing a immutable audit log or a transparent log for people to see. And the integration with these fragmented systems also help bring the transactional data onto a unified data model. So it helps standardize things and build a meaningful picture of how these funds are moving, how it's used, how it's spent, and what you're achieving for it. And so to that last part, what we also do is the performance data itself is tokenized and it's attached to these grants to make it easier for us to track all of it in one place. Now, then, of course, we have the presentation layer, the dashboard and the application layer that provides for the widgets and reports, etc. that helps provide more data and insight to the stakeholders as well as the regulatory bodies. Okay, so this is just a illustrative sample flow, but I think I just want to dive into the demo where we can see these things in for the clarity. So I think we can. So I think we can dive into the demo. So if let's see if we can get to the demo piece, I would like to just run through it.
Hey, Pramod, as you're pulling that up, there were a couple questions that came in online. Maybe now's a good time to ask one or two of them.
So maybe Wasim, we want to pause that. I'll take the questions first.
Yeah, just a quick one here. I thought this was kind of interesting, talking about looking like a really cool project in theory, but curious what would happen in countries where power outages and the internet is constantly either dropping or completely running at a very slow speed. Have we thought through some of these like latency and connectivity issues with a system like this?
Yes, absolutely, we have. And with some of the multilateral institutions that we work with, these are very typical issues. And also with the ongoing projects we're doing, we have organizations, we have individuals where we live in very low bandwidth areas, connectivity issues, and so on. So we have thought of partnering with some of the local service providers, technology providers, for example. We've also explored partnering with other similar providers who are already working in these areas to help augment that in a sort of a digital technology way. So for example, in many parts of the world, especially in Africa, South Asia, they've made pretty good advances on how they use SMS or text, for example, to get access to a lot of services. So in cases where it's possible, we've explored integrating with those local service providers to help us reach to that last mile. And so definitely, and I think that is a huge part of this. There is a lot of sophistication upstream, but as we go downstream, there are a lot of these challenges that we have to deal with. And so, yes, absolutely, it's on our radar. It is not straightforward. It's pretty complex, but it's absolutely something we are working relentlessly on.
Great. Thanks for that, Pramod. And folks, if you have questions, please keep them coming through the live stream. We'll make sure that we can try to get as many answered as we can.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. Right. So maybe we can just get to the yeah. So this is the demo here. I'm just going to this is the product, and I'm going to just log in as a fund administrator for, this is a stylized use case for, let's say, crypto relief. So we have a dashboard, but I'll come to that later. But more importantly, let's look at just the ecosystem itself. So what we want to do here really is, today we have excellent transparency when it comes to the immediate level of grantees. The one level down, but we really want to understand what happens as we go downstream, right? What happens once these grantees receive the money? How do they really spend that money down the chain? And so that's the transparency that we want to achieve, that end-to-end transparency, and understand how money is being spent and also what is being achieved. So in this case, as a fund administrator, let's say I want to look at one of these grantees and see how they are spending their money. What I can do is simply go into one of these flows, drill down and look at some of the details. That allows me to really have all of this data in one place where I can keep drilling down. So as an example here, we look at, let's say, Department of Research, for example, here. We want to understand how Department of Research is really spending its money. So what we can do ideally is just click on one of the flows for how Department of Research is spending money, and I'll just come up in a bit. And what we can do is we can see that it spent like $1 million or so on paying an invoice to a vendor named or another sub-grantee named Penny Pharma. So I can actually drill down into this invoice and even see the details of the invoice paid out. I can even see all of the details around the invoice. I can even see the log of transactions directly from the blockchain. So this is something I can link into the Explorer, for example, and see what's going on here. Looks like it's gone through a number of changes, the amounts of change, etc. So I can even potentially set up some rules to flag these if I think it's not okay. Now, coming back here again, what we can also do is drill down and see that we have a funding contract, which is another generic name for a grant or a loan program called Vaccine Research, and that's the grant under which this has been paid out. So we can also drill down into this particular grant to see some of the details around this grant as well. So what this allows me to do is see the financial position and the cash position for this particular grant. And this is again timely, it's more same time because we're plugging into these systems and getting this. So this is as latest as it can be. So you can see the financial summary. You can also see the information at an account level. So we can even set up accounts here where I can see the financials and the accounting information on the account level. Now, I also have the ability to look into the transactions. So the incoming, outgoing transactions that have happened on this. So again, this is all on chain. We also have the ability for us to manage requests. So grants can have withdrawal or drawdown requests based on the way a grant is set up. I could have conditional drawdowns either for reimbursements, advance payments, or even milestone-based payments. And so we have the ability to have these requests come in. We have an approval rejection workflow. For now, there are no requests here for this particular grant, but you could also have a request coming in where we can approve, reject, and also disperse against those particular grants for these requests. Now, this is something that's possible for grants and loans. Typically budget programs, you just disperse onwards. But for lands and loans, we can set up these withdrawal accounts. But the other part here as well is the objectives, or basically the performance and compliance metrics that we can track. And this is what we're talking about as the non-financial data. So here as well, I can get into the performance metric details here, and I can see we use an OKR framework, an objective key result framework. So what that means is an objective is a qualitative way to measure things, and an objective can have many quantitative key results. So in this case, it looks like it has one objective and one key result that I can measure. It has various targets. You can set weights on it, and you can measure those. And you can, of course, derive some insights on it as well as to how it's doing against the dollar or the spend. Now, the other aspect of this is also, so the other aspect of this here is, so let's go back here. What we can also do here is get into the department as well. So now every grant, we can see the details for every grant, but we can also go to each of these, we call it departments, but it's essentially a grantee or a sub-grantee, just a generic term. But any of the entities in the value chain, I can drill in, and I can also see the financials for that particular grantee. I can also see what grants, loans, and programs they manage. And I can see that, this particular entity or the grantee has a number of grants, loans, and programs it manages. And I can see, of course, the financials for all of these aggregated up. I can also see the performance objectives that are aggregated up from all of these as well. So this allows me to slice and dice the information the way I want it. I could potentially want it at an entity level or at a grant level. So I have the flexibility to just go and view that as well. So here is where I can see the fully aggregated set of objectives, compliance controls, etc. Now, we can go to the dashboard here, and we also have the ability to now just roll everything up. And now, as a fund administrator for Crypto Relief, now I can see the entire sort of a cash position or financial position and a number of other widgets at the Crypto Relief level. So really understanding cash position, let's say, for example, by different accounts for each of these grantees or sub-grantees, or seeing historical year-on-year trend lines. And again, this is the more important part where I can start understanding the impact. How far is every dollar or every rupee going, for example? So I can see some of these charts around that. And also this allows us the ability to then start to compare the performances of various grantees or vendors or suppliers, for example. I can really see how they are performing on a spend versus output, for example. I can really see compare, and helps me prioritize some of my decisions. Lastly, here on the dashboard, we also have the ability to show a set of alerts. These are intelligent alerts based on some of the rules we can set at the transaction level. So every time we have some of these rules or anything that gets flagged, any discrepancies or anything that needs to be flagged for further action can be brought up here all the way to the dashboard. Now I'll just jump into the admin panel as well. This is just to demonstrate how in a self-serve manner, we can extend this very easily and onboard new users. And here as well for users, we have a user group permission setting where, for example, we can have granular levels of permission possible. So as we onboard new grantees and sub-grantees and beneficiaries and so on, I can set some really granular permissions at a smart contract level. And this also it's also possible for us to integrate with an Active Directory and to provide a more single sign-on experience. We can also onboard new, we call it departments again, it's a generic term, but new grantees, vendors, by any entity that wants to participate on the chain, we can add that entity here seamlessly. We can build relationships, and every entity can have multiple funding contracts. Again, funding contracts is a term we use for any grants, loans, or programs. So every entity can have multiple funding contracts, and I can again set up relationships between them. I can add more contracts like MSAs and things like that, that can be attached to these funding contracts. Accounts, again, represent management accounting line items effectively. And again, every funding contract, a grant, loan, program can have multiple accounts. I can have hierarchies within accounts, parent, child accounts, etc. And I can track the financials at a account level as well. And finally, of course, we have the objectives where I can set the objective key results. We have the ability to set them as performance indicators, which have a spectrum of values, or as compliance, where you just have a yes or no. It's either in compliance or it's not in compliance. And that helps us basically marry the non-financial data with the financial data. I think the last thing I want to really do on this demo is also just log in as one of the users from a grantee. So what we saw so far was a fund administrator in Crypto Relief. And now if I log in as a user, one of the users in a grantee, then what you will see is that we have privacy controls, and I think this come up in a few seconds here. We have privacy controls at a very granular level at the smart contracts, where we ensure that every grantee can only see their own data and that they don't. So if you see here now, you don't really see the flow of funds throughout the ecosystem, but just what is allowed for that grantee and their sub-grantees and their vendors and suppliers and so on. So this also helps us provide some kind of incentive and value modeling for other participants in this ecosystem as well, because that is, of course, essential, because this is technology. This is the technological side of things, which is solvable. But for us to really make sure that we can establish an effective governance and also onboard participants, it's important for us to demonstrate value for everybody on this ecosystem. So that's really a wrap of my demo. And Jamie, I'm happy to take any questions if there are. Otherwise, I think it's back to you.
Great. Thanks, Pramod. Thanks so much for presenting that. It's every time I see that demo, I'm always fascinated about all the work and the way that the PFM tool is coming along. There were a couple questions. Are the transactions that are being made, are they in crypto and getting converted to fiat currency? And if yes, at what stage is that conversion to fiat happening?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think I can mention, so right now we basically have a hybrid model, right? So we're not in a world yet where we're all using crypto. We're all using stable coins, for example, to make these happen. So we live in a bit of a hybrid world. So we have fiat payments that happen today. So there are existing payment rails, there are existing bank accounts where transfers happen. And the idea for us to really integrate with these systems is to really get a record of those transactions, which will help us then create our digital token model here on our platform. So you're effectively seeing kind of this virtual world being created and mirroring what's happening in the real world in a hybrid model. And so I like to see it as a bit of a spectrum. So in the hybrid model, you still have fiat payments happening, and we track it using crypto or a native token here. We can potentially even use stable coins to then, and as we move on the spectrum, we can start using stable coins to actually start making those payments, some of those payments, and tracking those payments. Because ultimately, this is all going to be deployed on a Polygon network or any EVM compatible network. So it's possible for us to then start using a stable coin or any of those native coins. And of course, in an ideal world, we would see in the future is where all of this truly just happens through smart contracts and through stable coins and through crypto, right? So that's the ideal world. Even in that world, what PFM does, it really provides that framework or that application stack on top of it for us to manage these grants and loans and budget programs, and then effectively aid that PFM process or the public financial management process.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I think it's always going to be something that we're working towards, in that, like, full crypto transparency. There was one other question that had come in too, and it was more around the last mile performance metrics and establishing trust. Specifically, how do you ensure bad actors aren't putting false information in?
Yeah, great question again. So these, we always keep saying that the technological challenges are the easier ones to solve. It's it's everything around it that's the biggest challenge for this. And so absolutely, it's it is something that, like I said, we're working with, or we're exploring a number of different ways of doing that. We have in places where, for example, multilateral institutions work. We work with local financial institutions, so on, for helping us with some of the AML KYC, where we want to make sure that we have a level of compliance, for example. We also are exploring decentralized IDs and verified credentials, for example, to make sure that we have some way of making sure that the intended recipients are the ones that are truly getting the value or the benefit out of this, and there is no fraud at the end. I mean, we've seen with COVID relief, billions of dollars that have gone to dead people, for example, and things like that. So we obviously want to make sure that taxpayer funds or any of these funds are spent effectively. So there are I think there are a number of ways to tackle that. But yeah, that is a real problem. We don't need to have those last mile incentives also mapped out, meaning what is really in it for them to be able to participate and be able to say, yes, I want to use this, or I want to be able to interface with this. Mm-hmm. In some cases, for example, when we've worked with some of the projects we've done, where we've had individual contractors, for example, who've had just paper-based processes, they've never really used a system to do this. For them, using this, for example, helped them to get paid faster, right? So just for them using our mobile app to just submit their invoice, just help them get paid faster. And that's a huge incentive for them to use this. So I think it's a little bit of that incentive value modeling exercise as well, to really make sure that everybody understands the value that's there for them.
Excellent. Pramod, thank you so much for taking us through that demo. Alex, I think just like reflecting back, even on the from what Concha and Lorena were explaining from the IMF perspective, and Sandeep's points on crypto relief, and now we can actually see some of these things in motion, and how the network and the transparency that comes from blockchain is helping to drive these. It's just exciting.
It really is, and absolutely, I think transparency in public spending is becoming such a critical topic in terms of just establishing and retaining consumer trust, as Pramod said. Yeah. It's very exciting to be building tools that enable that.
Yeah, really cool.
So we are going to take a small break and be returning at 11:45 with our next session, so we hope to see you back then.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from that quick break. I'm excited to present to introduce our next presenter, Juan Pablo Avalos he's the Deputy Manager of Day Ahead Programming and Economic Analysis. He's going to talk a little bit about National Renewable Energy and the Registry platform that he's been working on. JP, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, hello everyone, good morning. And the first, I would like to express my gratitude to EY for the invitation to participate in this interesting summit to share experience about the blockchain. Okay, and this opportunity, I want to share with us the platform Renewable Energy National Registry, that we call it RENOVA, which uses blockchain technology to keep a robust traceability of renewables energy produced and consumed in the Chilean electricity system. Here to go in deep about RENOVA, I'd like to introduce the Coordinador Eléctrico Nacional, which is a technical and independent organization in charge of the operation of the national grid and the energy market. In charge of the operation of the Chilean electricity system in order to guarantee a secure, reliable, and economic energy supply, as well as responsible of the open access to the transmission system. In addition, the Chilean ISO has other functions as the managed energy capacity and ancillary services market, long-term planning proposal for transmission system, international bidding process for transmission projects, market competition monitoring, and promote the innovation and research and development in the energy sector, in order to have a critical analysis about the performance of the system operation, incorporate the new technologies to the system and the market or processes, and share knowledge well experience with other ISO and research and development center. About the Chilean electricity system, is the largest power system with 36,704 kilometers and provide electricity supply to 97% of the population of the country. Chile possesses plenty of renewable energy sources like wind in the coast or in the southern zone, for instance, Patagonia zones, as well as the excellent solar irradiance in the Atacama Desert. In addition, Chile is facing an energy transition where the main challenges are the carbonization, integration of the variable renewables energy to the electrical system, security requirements and quality of the service in the system, and the transmission and flexibility to support the balance to the grid. One second. In this context, the RENOVA goal, basically the National Electrical Coordinator developed a platform that will allow the country to have a unique, complete, and reliable registry of renewable energy generated and consumed in Chile. Why this is relevant? That permit or be able to certify the origin and destination of renewable energy, has a certainty of compliance with contractual commitment like power purchase agreement or PPA to transfer attributes renewables energy, avoid double counting or double selling of the energy renewable commercial trading in the Chilean market, and ensure transparency, traceability, and robustness of the renewable energy attributes market. RENOVA considers that a generator sells renewable energy to a consumer, where the annual renewable quantity is defined in a contract or power purchase agreement. As a result, RENOVA prepares balances between energy produced and traded for every organization. At the one side, we have a generator balance that shows the renewables attributes produced, which must be equal or less than sold attributes to the client. On the other side, we have a consumer balance that shows the renewables attributes purchased, which must be equal or less than consumed attribute for its client. This traceability about production, consume, and trading of renewable energy avoid double counting and double selling, according with the greenhouse gas protocol. On the other hand, for design RENOVA, the coordinator considers several inputs from the public authority and international trends. For instance, we use the outcome of the public-private alliance of renewable energy certificate leading by Energy Ministry that they establish a national registry, a key piece of deploy a national certificate standard. In addition, we take into account the needed about several organizations in the national market, from the generation company, consumer, like large mining company in the northern zone in Chile, and agriculture sector, among others, as well as certificate standard institution and public organization. Also, we look at the international experience, where the main learning was the traceability systems are unique by region or state, and that these systems are managed by electrical system operator, for instance, PJM in United States. Then we have a clear result. It was necessary to move towards a national registry of renewable energy. What is the solution we implemented? A national renewable energy registry acts a virtual and complete balance of the voluntary market for the renewable energy. It centralized and visible all the information on generation, consumption, transaction, and certification of renewable energy for the consultation for its user. What did the country and the actor with of the system? Basically, the stakeholder be able to has a certainty about what is the real contribution of each actor in the carbon neutrality goals assumed by the country, has a confidence and traceability in the purchase and sale of renewable energy in the voluntary market, and facilitate the issues of certification with international standard an increasingly relevant issue in the market of various kinds, especially for the products we export, like green copper. A key part in the RENOVA functionality is the blockchain technology. RENOVA is able to digitalize or tokenize the produced and consumed energy, as well as differentiate if the energy comes from the emitting or renewable sources. Also, per every energy token, RENOVA inserts the metadata like generation name that produced the energy, time production, technology like solar or wind, and other information. As a result of use technology blockchain, RENOVA has an immutable, incorruptible, and efficient cost traceability regarding with alternative solution as administratively audits. What benefit do RENOVA have? At the consumer side, all your energy consumption will be automatically registered as attribute of consumption. Register the reception of the renewables attribute transferred by the generation company according with the contract business rule. Know the composition of the energy received based on the transfer of the renewables energy attribute, and know the consumer emission factor associated with electricity consumption from the Chile electricity system. At the generation side, all your energy production will automatically be registered as attribute energy attribute. Possibility of manually or automatically transferring the renewables energy attribute to any free client or the other generation company. Register the reception of the renewables energy attribute for the purpose of effective compliance of its renewable energy supply commitment, and keep track of the renewables energy in reserve available for new customer contract. So far, we have get some wins. For instance, the voluntary renewables market balance for 2020 years, where the traced renewable energy traced in RENOVA was 4 million megawatts approximately, and associated with 21 contracts based on renewables energy, and the destination renewables energy traced in RENOVA goes to 41% to the copper mining in the southern north of Chile, wine industry, and the good and paper sector or industry. In 2021, we published the user guidance RENOVA to improve the experience in our client, describing every RENOVA functionality and the emission factor calculation guidance that consider the methodology for calculating the operational, residual, and all emission factor. As a result, collaborative work and basic collaborative work with the Ministry of Energy and based on the standard protocol or standard international standard like greenhouse protocol. In addition, we had a recognition of the United Nations where the RENOVA was the best valued initiative among 36 cases in the participate in the prosperity category. RENOVA enable environment performance. Aim of emission factor is the recognition of the company on the use of the renewable energy to reduce the emission and quantify their contribution to meeting the carbon neutrality goals. Then with the information in RENOVA, we calculate a 3 emission factor, mainly a system operational emission factor that are the emission in the operational in the electrical system for the electricity generation obtained from the fossil sources distributed in the total generation of the system, and the residual emission factor and the emission factor by consumer. In this slide, I want to you show the result as the emission factor by the system operational emission factor and residual factor for 2020 years. Finally, the next step about the RENOVA in June for this year, we will closure balance energy renewable from 2021 years. In August for this year, I will start transfer renewables attribute for 2022 years, and the January 2023 we has to end in the balance initiate starting in this year and start transference for the 2023 years. That is my presentation, and thanks for the attention.
Great, thank you so much, JP. I actually have a question for you, and my apologies if you answered this, but why renewable energy? Why is this? Why did this project and how and why did this come about in Chile? JP still
Can
there?
you repeat that, please?
Sure. At the beginning of this project, why is renewable energy of interest in Chile? How did this project come about? How did it start?
The renewable energy traceability in the RENOVA is basically wind and solar power plants.
Was this an initiative started by the government?
No, it's an initiative that start with the collaborative with the public organization with the Ministry of Energy, but it's an independent initiative basically carried out by us.
Excellent. Okay, we have a question from one of our viewers. How heavy is the bureaucracy for setup? So how difficult is it to set up? Can someone, a consumer or a user of this, just install their own solar panel and immediately start participating in RENOVA?
The RENOVA is basically to the wholesale energy market, to big generation company and the consumer that has a power purchase agreement in the wholesale energy market, but it's not considering so far the small generation like rooftop solar.
Okay.
There were a couple questions too, a little bit more on the technical side. What drove you to choose blockchain to trace the renewable energies, and B, which blockchain are you using?
Excuse me, I can hear you good. Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. These were a little bit more on the technical solution side, but asking, what drove the choice to use blockchain for tracing this as opposed to a centralized system, and which blockchain are you using for RENOVA?
Basically, the use to the blockchain is basically to have a standard to give the guarantee to the clients in order to have a robust voluntary renewables market in Chile. Just in order to have a differentiation from the standard solution like administratively audits.
And which blockchain did you settle on? What
please?
Was there? Yeah, a specific technology that you used? Oh, might be a bit of a connection problem. Yeah. Alex, you want to try to continue with the questions here?
Sure. JP, can you tell us which blockchain you built on? Is it blockchain or is it Ethereum? Is it?
It's blockchain used to tokenize the energy when the 1 megawatt is allocated in a one token. In this, as a result, to has the traceability of the all energy, renewable energy trading in the Chilean market.
Okay, so one of the other questions from the audience is going back to the start of the project. Can you tell us, were there any problems or challenges that you faced in setting up or launching RENOVA?
Yes, the big challenge is basically the amount of the energy we need traced in RENOVA. Then with Ernst & Young, we are facing new setup in order to either managing the old renewable energy in the Chilean system, in the Chile electricity system, because this kind of energy is increasing rapidly, and then we have a volumetry challenges about that.
Was there any difficulty? Was it difficult or hard to teach people how to use RENOVA when you were launching it?
No, the unique challenge is basically the volumetry about the RENOVA, but so far we have a success functionality to the client.
So let me ask you, JP, what's next with RENOVA? Where do you see this going next?
Next is basically to follow with the we work in a annual basis. Currently we are working to has the traceability about the all renewable energy produced and trading in 2021 years, and we will finish in this year, and the next step is continuous with the 2023 years.
That is really cool, and I can only hope that other energy companies in other countries are looking at this as a model for traceability for renewable energy that we can roll out elsewhere. Thank you so much. Is there anything else that you would like to add, JP?
No, that is all.
Thank you so much for joining us. I think we are going to a break now until 12:20, I believe, is our next session.
I believe so.
We're
That's
going to be
what's up on
talking
the
about
agenda.
traceability with our friend Jamie Canterbury. So we're going to take a short break and come back. Thank you, JP.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Have a good day. Bye.
Sure. Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited to be talking about traceability and privacy today with one of our very favorite colleagues, Federico De Paoli, who is our global product owner for our OpsChain Supply Chain Manager solution. He's also our EMEA technical lead for blockchain, and he is going to be talking about traceability with Jamie. Take it away, guys.
Thanks. So this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I think I spend all day, every day on this particular thing. It's been really exciting over the past 2 or 3 years or so to start seeing these supply chain use cases converge around tokenization on public networks. And I think if you could just advance the first slide, I had a chuckle when I first saw the way that this was written up. I thought it was kind of interesting, but it's very true. You know, supply chains are often these systems that just run behind the scenes. They don't actually get a lot of attention until things start going wrong. And I think through COVID, we've learned that there are issues, underlying issues in a lot of our supply chains. They've grown to be really vast, very complex, and those issues have started to be exposed. So hopefully, through the use of decentralized networks, our OpsChain traceability solution, and some of the great work we've been doing across several different industries, we're making progress in connecting those dots and making taking some transparency across them. If you could advance to the next one here. I think most of us are aware at some level of what these supply chain issues look like, but it's kind of revealing when we look at the numbers, right? 114 billion market size for products with sustainability claim on a package, right? So this is where we start taking some of the sustainability issues that we've, or some of the sustainability tracking and the things that we want to trace in our blockchains, and start matching them up with our products. And when we looked at 94% of the Fortune 1000 companies like having issues with supply chain disruptions, these issues just became more and more apparent. So there's a few bullet points on this slide, but the underlying theme is around traceability and visibility and access to information about our products, not just when they're being manufactured, but all the way through their life cycle to when they're being consumed. We do have some information. It was actually interesting as we started breaking down industry by industry what some of these specific issues were. But what really stood out is it's not limited to one sector. This is really across the board. Now, some places, I think during COVID, like life sciences, might have been hit a little bit more with medical supply chains being disrupted, and the need for regulation and traceability laws that have come into place. But everything from retail to logistics, food and beverages is another good example. They're all suffering from supply chain issues, and a lot of them can be solved with better traceability. In fact, actually, I think even on the next slide, we have a few more that are highlighted here. It's just right across the board again from all these different sectors. Power and utilities gets to be really interesting because it's not always the same type of product that we try to trace, but at the same time, we want that visibility to be able to run through our networks. So I want to hand it over to my colleague, Federico. We've been working closely together on the OpsChain traceability solution. And hopefully you'll see through some of these demos and slides that we're going to tee up just how game-changing we think blockchain can be across supply chains.
Yep. Yeah, and thank you, James. And actually, yes, supply chains are having a moment, and traceability is having a moment as well. So we are seeing really this one pushing through and becoming something that everyone wants to do it, be it a real product, be it a news or something, or any kind of asset you want to trace. So it's very important. But let's take a step and see how we're doing traceability and what we've been doing so far, because that has been really, really important. So far, the focus on supply chain traceability was getting all the information, getting business partners together, making them collaborate and be able to trace and have a story of the product. So that has been the way of working till now, because it was enabling new business models, it was enabling and promoting transparency, it was giving the possibility to companies to really show their customers authentic information about the products they were buying. And that was very, very important. And it was increasing the trust with the brands. But right now we're moving into a new phase. So the new phase involves also tracing assets and not just information. And we already took steps into that direction, and we're now able to trace supply chains by using blockchain tokens. We're gonna see in a bit what they are. And those blockchain tokens allows us to have real-time inventory and real-time visibility of stocks, and they can help us trace back anything in case you need a recall, you need to address some issues and so on. So what we can do right now, and this is through our OpsChain Traceability, which we just released for public availability in our blockchainy.com, we can do many things. Number one, we can do notarization. This is a sort of a legacy thing. We can do that since years already, but it's still cutting through because it gives us the possibility to get an immutable proof on the blockchain. We can put documents, we can put certificates, and have a proof that stays there forever. What we did was also building tokenization. Tokenization converts physical assets into digital ones. And those digital assets have much more features than the physical one. They can be moved quickly without waiting for logistics operations, for example, to happen. And they can provide end-to-end traceability of the assets. So basically, through tokenization, we are able to represent any asset we want on a blockchain, be it public, be it private. On top of this, what we did was building business applications. So we built value chain traceability, which gives us the possibility to model our value chain, represent it, and then start creating tokens and notarize information right away. And on the other side, we're able to do proper inventory management by moving those assets and being able to know who has the current stock, where the goods has been in the past. And so we can do that on public blockchains. And we're gonna see that now we can do that also with privacy. So that has been how we do that. And let's break down what we have actually released right now to see how those supports going into the new vision, which is going to be an end-to-end traceability with privacy. So OpsChain notarization is the first feature that we release, and it's a very simple one, as I said. It gives us the possibility to verify content changes or anyway, information changes to something and share those information with my business partners. So we're gonna see a very quick demo of it, just to give you an idea of the functionalities. So basically on OpsChain notarization, what we can do is really deploy a smart contract and then start notarizing things. So we're gonna see it right now. I'm just creating a smart contract that I'm going to use to notarize my certificates. And right now we're tracking a palm oil producer certificates issued by a certification authority. So the certification authority is creating the contract and it's going to use it to register things. The first thing the certification authority does is registering a document related to the certification, which is the RSPO document. And this document is getting written with an immutable proof on the blockchain. And we can come later and verify that proof. So as you can see through OpsChain notarization, it's very, very easy to put a proof of a document. And that gives us also enhanced functionalities, which we're going to see in a second. So right now we are creating our notarization and we are transacting into a public blockchain. That's why you see it's taking a bit. And right now, after the blockchain acknowledges the transaction, we will be able to send it through and we're gonna get a transaction on it. So as you can see, it's very simple. And now the transaction is ongoing and we're gonna wait for that to be completed. And when this is done, we will be able to see also the details of what we have recorded. Okay, so now it is completed and we can see exactly the transaction hash that we have on the blockchain. The other feature that we have is the issue certificates. And this is very important because let's assume that I have registered the document. Now I want to do also something more. I want to put the data of issuing, I want to put an expiration date, and I'm gonna put it into a certificate itself. So what I'm doing right now is putting the emission date, I'm putting the expiration date on it, and then I'm recording also who is going to be the recipient, so the recipient company. And this certificate is gonna get written on the blockchain, and we are attaching and linking actually the already registered document, and it's gonna go in the blockchain, and we're gonna have a certificate we can look at any time. So now we are creating our certificate. And this has been what we've been doing for the last 3 years when we wanted to prove something. So we're gonna see how that is going to change with tokenization and traceability in a second. So the only thing that I want to show you after completing this transaction would be how we can easily verify a document that we have registered previously. So this is completed now. Again, we can see the details. We have the content of the certificate, and we have the linked document as well. And we can go back to the documents and also verify the document. So let's assume we received this document from our third party. We can go there and verify it. And as you can see, we're gonna check against the smart contract and see that that has been already registered. So very simple, very effective way to prove some sort of information.
So, Federico, one of the things I just wanted to chime in, because I love the next piece of it when we get into the tokenization and it gets sophisticated, but I think that there will always be a need for some of these notarization solutions in combination with the tokenized assets as they move through. And if we just think about the sheer amount of documentation that goes into, say, moving products across the border, or proving that they have some sort of certificate of authenticity to them. It's really this marrying up of these notarization solutions plus the ability to trace the actual product that I think starts to make things really powerful.
Yeah. It's definitely absolutely the case. And customs, for example, is a great use case for notarization. I have my customs documentation, I notarize it, and then I pass it over to the border control, to the custom control, and they can fetch it easily. So it's beneficial, and we will see that notarization, it's really can be used like we were showing up, but can be used also at the end of a process to just attestate something. So not just putting some kind of proof, but also attestate something on the value chain itself.
Interesting.
Yeah, and tokenization instead is the, let's say, game changer for us, because it allows us to create those tokens, those assets. Those assets can be fungible. That means that they have the same value. They are not, let's say, distinguishable one between the other. Those can be also non-fungible. And when we talk about non-fungible, we have unique assets which have a unique value decided by the owner potentially. And so this enables several use cases. For example, NFTs for art. This has been something that we're all seeing these times. And then we have semi-fungible tokens, and semi-fungibles really combines the two. We call them semi-fungible because basically they take the best of fungible and non-fungible and put them together. And that gives us a broader range of services, and all those things we can use them through APIs. So you can understand that we can scale them and use them at scale actually. So we can mint a lot of tokens through our API services, which is what we really need to track the supply chains right now.
Yeah. And it's always been fascinating to me through just a couple of different token standards, not many, and a few basic types of transactions on a blockchain, minting, transferring, burning. We're able to model and replicate very complex supply chain processes, right? So that's, I always think of these as kind of like the building blocks. And then on top of that, we start to be able to show how assets are actually exchanged.
We call them core. So on blockchainui.com, you will find it as core services just for that reason. They are the foundation element of our product. So
really cool.
And to be honest, we built this one thinking about traceability. And traceability is our business application. It supports different types of tokens, the one that we have saw earlier. It helps having collaboration with business partners. I can invite a farmer, I can invite a shipping company, and they can do business with me on a blockchain in a transparent way. So I can do really real value on the ecosystem, and it's not just close to the company. So this is very important. And OpsChain Traceability uses token metadata to track information. So we can even have some kind of digital product passport of our goods. And that is very helpful. And then also it reduced the need of continuing to synchronize data, which is another topic which is very, very important in supply chains. We can have all the data in the same place, in the same technology, and we want to use OpsChain Traceability as a single integration point to go to the blockchain, have your data, and be able to share them with your business partner. So for us, it's key. And we will see in the next demo, actually, I'm sorry, I just went too far away. In the next demo, we will see that this is really, let's say, a game changer, because it allows us to speak business, but work with the blockchain. So this is really, really a key element of our product offering, because it gives us the possibility to really describe the value chain. So I'm just gonna do this demo. Just give me a second that it gets set up. Okay, so now we are into OpsChain actually, and we will be able to do some work with OpsChain Traceability. So we're gonna enter OpsChain, we're gonna go into OpsChain Traceability, which is a product you can find right now on blockchainui.com. And we will start describing our palm oil value chain. So this is going to be a quite, let's say, a long process, but I want to explain you the benefit of doing every step we're gonna do. So we're going to start with items, and items are the goods we want to trace. They can be different types. They can be raw material, they can be work in progress, they can be final goods. And of course, we are simplifying things to have something which we can use, but we can really make it as much complex as we want, depending on how the value chain it is. So we're starting with fresh fruit bunch, which is a key element on the palm oil value chain. And we are now setting up the smart contract. So as we can see, no need to think about technical. We take care about that. We just give you a couple of buttons and pop-ups and you're ready to go. So now we're doing that for crude palm oil. And again, it's very simple. You define the contract name, you define the alias, which is this nice symbol, and then you move on. So now we're doing the palm fiber, which is the waste of the fresh fruit bunch when we enter crude palm oil. And again, we're gonna do a setup of the smart contract. And right now what we're doing is creating non-fungible smart contract, non-fungible token smart contract, sorry. And so we will be able to carry the information of the products as well. And now the final step is the cooking oil, and the cooking oil is going to be our final good again. And it's going to depend on the crude palm oil. So we're setting also dependencies, which is another very interesting feature. We are creating a sort of a bill of material of the value chain through using the blockchain. So that is, again, moving real business into blockchain in an easy way. So right now we're deploying our last contract, and then we can move on. And the next phase is going to be steps. So steps are going to be the steps of the process. So we will define all the process steps, starting from the cultivation. We're going to have a lot of them because the value chain is quite complex, but we can manage that. So that's cool. And we're going to do harvesting, which involves also the fresh fruit bunch. And then we're going to pack and ship that. And as you can see, we are creating the tokens just once. And this is a very important concept. So we create the tokens once, and then we update the token. So we update the metadata and we transfer the token and we keep going in the value chain. So this is a very important concept. And again, we do that with a couple of clicks. We don't have to do anything else than describe how our value chain works. Oops, I have made a typo, so just changing it. And that is going to carry on also for the, let's say, other two products. So we're gonna have the same for the palm fiber. We're gonna have the same for the cooking oils, and just writing those. And when we are done, we will have described our value chain properly and we will be able to move on. But as you can see, it's a very complex value chain. And we're gonna have also some business partners involved here. So they will be able to actually contribute to the value chain itself. So now we're setting up cooking oil. We're almost done with steps, but it's very important that we see it fully to understand also how detailed we can come into defining our value chain. So now we're to the packing and the shipping of the cooking oil, and we will be able to move on with the next step in a few seconds. Okay, so we're ready to go. We're gonna move, and we're going to move into the next step where we will define the business partners. Actually, we will not define them now. We will come to that later, just for the sake of, let's say, coming to the end and showing you what is the, let's say, the complexity of this value chain. But we will do that, and we will start also defining our metadata. Now, unfortunately, it's taking a slight time to move on. So this is the business partner tab. We're gonna skip that for now. We're gonna come to that later. But here we can define exactly who can work with us. And so we will move to the define metadata part. And here we're gonna record all the information that we need to describe our value chain. So as we move now, we're gonna set up for each of the steps, for each of the item, I'm gonna set up the data we want to trace. And this is of course something that you can decide to skip, but for that kind of value chain is very important because it gives us all the information that we want to trace related to the product. So it's just gonna take a bit because we have few data to trace. And so I'm just gonna type those and make sure that those gets through. And this is for the cultivation. Then we have things for the harvesting. It's a lot of data. And as you can see, we have different types. And the different types is important because we can support physical location, for example, which ties up the digital world to the physical one. So if I'm moving something to my business partner, my shipping company, I can track exactly where the goods are. And this is enabling, of course, real-time visibility of the value chain. We can track measures. So we have a set of standards. Of course, we can expand that, but we have a set of measures that can be used. And then we do have also possibility to track files, for example, as attachments. Those are the things that we've seen on notarization is another interesting thing. And we can then also track everything as a free text. So if we want to do some free text tracking of data, we can do that. So options are here, and we are able to support most of the use cases that we need to support. And basically through this metadata definition, we are really attaching some content to our tokens. So another concept I want to highlight is the mutability as we move through. Mutability is important because you might not want to put everything on the blockchain. You might have IoT data coming and you don't want to store data coming every second on the blockchain. So to do that, what we offer is the possibility to track mutable data. And these mutable data are going to be basically attached to the token. We will be able to fetch in real time the latest version of the mutable data. So if we want to see which is the current temperature of your transportation, you should be able to do so very, very quickly. So through the mutable data, and this is a very specific thing we introduced, is the metadata architecture that we have created, which we call structured. The user is able to define very well how the value chain works by deciding what is restricted, so what everybody can see, and what is what is unrestricted, and what is restricted, which is what I want to give to my business partners. So we are defining this one in these phases, and we are attaching all this data to the steps again, as you've seen. So we're gonna come to the end very soon. Unfortunately, as I said, it's a bit long process, but it's to give an idea of the complexity. And also to continue explaining that, again, supply chain are complex, as you say, James, so they really need to be described in details. So we are close to finish the crude palm oil, and we're gonna move to the palm fiber. And we have a very, very simple tracking for palm fiber. It's just the quantity recovered. And then we have the information related to the packing and the shipping of the goods. And then we're gonna have the cooking oil, which is what we want to sell to our customers. So this is where we want to see the end-to-end traceability. So palm fiber almost done, shipping date, and we're good. And then we're gonna move with the cooking oil and wrap it up. And you will see, we made a lot of things.
Now with the JSON as one of the metadata types, that is something you can expand.
Yeah. JSON is another metadata type I forgot to mention. So thank you, James. So basically, JSON is something you can put coming directly from your ERP system. You can decide to have a lot of properties attached to your item you're tracking, and the JSON types allows you to put it straightforward without doing any kind of data extraction or manipulation. You have the data, you can pass it as it is through RESTful APIs, and the data is gonna get right in the token. So very important item as well. And potentially a company might not want to describe the full metadata in this way. They can just decide to track a JSON object and save it from the ERP system. So we are really flexible. Unfortunately, of course, through our UI, it takes a while. Through our APIs, it's much faster, but we're coming to the end of the tunnel here on the definition. And we will see that this is really enabling us to have a very flexible tool that when it's done, the configuration, you will be able to start creating your tokens right away. So shipping date, and we're done with the metadata. It's like a lot of metadata because we like metadata actually. Okay, so metadata part is done. And now we're gonna get a recap of what we have done. It's gonna take a while, yeah, here it is. So now we're gonna see that we have all the data that we have defined for the fresh fruit bunch. And now we forgot about permissions. So we want to go back and just assign permissions. And this is fast, so it's not gonna take a while. And we're gonna decide to involve a fresh fruit bunch, which is our producer, into the cultivation and harvesting. And we want to use our transportation company for all the packing and shipping of bunches. So they're gonna get involved. And by doing that, we are delegating them to do certain actions for us. So for example, they will be able to create tokens. They will be able to update the metadata of the tokens. and they will be able to contribute through the same user interface, which we're going to see now as we finish the definition of the value chain. So now we have our value chain ready to go, and we can start ingesting the data into it. So, yeah. So this is just a recap, and we're ready to finalize. And when we are done, we will be able to start ingesting the data. So it's taking a while to load, and then we're gonna approve it and say, okay, we are good to go. And what we can do now is really join our business partner and start contributing. So we're entering our data gathering portal. This is a recap just to make sure that everything is fine. So we're checking that permissions went through for all the steps, of course. And then data gathering portal, and we are ready to go to start tokenizing our goods. So here we are. This is our data gathering portal. As you can see, I can easily create a new token. I can assign metadata. So I'm gonna use my farmer, Anthony, as an example here. And Anthony is going to be the farmer that has contributed that. We're gonna track which is the plant, let's say the location where the cultivation has happened. Actually, I made a mistake. It's not a production, it's a cultivation plan. And we're gonna decide the coordinates for it. So we're gonna use, probably I put something wrong. I'm gonna put something which is currently a physical location, not in the middle of the sea. And then we can track if we have any deviation from the quality standards that we were defining. And now we're gonna do one very simple thing. We are creating a token on the blockchain through just a click. So we just submitted the transaction and we are creating the token. And in a few seconds, the token is gonna get created. And we can move on into the harvesting. And what it happens in the harvesting, we're gonna pick the same token and we're gonna add some information to it. So we are going to increase the information on the token itself. It's gonna take just a second because it needs to load. And when it loads, we will be able to select this token and we will be able to continue updating it. Okay, so we're ready to go. We select the token here and we can add the metadata again. So we have the harvesting date and we have the measurement. And what we're going to do is run an update of the metadata of the NFT, and the metadata of the NFT is gonna get updated. We're gonna have a new hash for the data on the blockchain. And again, it's just a click and we're ready to go. So basically we can continue, but we will not, for the sake of time, into packing, for example. Just to finish with packing, we're gonna stop after this one because it's gonna get too long. But again, here my shipping company, for example, has received this token. It then starts adding the metadata and then decides the destination, which is Canada in this example, and they're gonna do the same stuff. So as we have seen, traceability, really a business application. It doesn't talk blockchain, it talks about business, it talks about value chain, and it gives us the possibility to easily track and trace our items with our business partners as well. And what I just did on traceability translates into our tokenization. As you can see, we have all the smart contracts that we have created. And we do have our token, which we just created, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this token here has the metadata that I have just registered. So what I did on traceability translates into tokens. And we'll see in a few minutes why this is very important. So that was for upstream traceability and tokenization. And we're just transferring this token because transfer is a key part of the value chain, and it's also the main reason why we started researching and developing things to introduce privacy into traceability. Because sometimes I don't want to give my customers the information about who is receiving the goods. I just want to do it, but I don't want everybody, or maybe I don't want to disclose that to my business part, to my other business partners. So we want to do that under privacy, and we'll see moving on how we can achieve that. So that was for traceability, and let's move on to the next gen traceability.
So we did actually have a question that came up that I think is timely for here, right? It came from paul.edge at edp.pt. How do you guarantee a one-to-one relationship between token and real asset? It seems very easy to have multiple tokens referring to the same real asset. And then there's a follow-on question around if the chain forks, which one would you go with? But I think the one-to-one piece is an interesting one to examine.
Yeah. So one-to-one relationship usually is created by automating the process, because if you do it manually, of course, the possibility to make some kind of double counting or faking it, it's very real, so it's concrete. But with the advent of IoT and automation and all this technology that helps extracting the data directly from the processes, if we are able to connect those data sources directly to the blockchain, we can mitigate this risk. So right now the key part is, let's not make manual stuff, because we have the data already, we have the automation, we have the processes. Let's make things that can be used automatically and creates the token automatically. So in this way, double counting, it's minimized. But connecting physical data to digital data, of course, it's a key aspect of our work and our solution. So what we offer is the possibility to automate the process by providing connectors, the APIs that we just discussed. And through those, we are able to mitigate the risk. Of course, we're not taking it off fully, but we're at least mitigating the risk.
And I've always thought of it as, exactly to your point, Federico, where generally it's existing systems that are triggering these events on blockchains.
Yeah.
And there's hopefully controls in place in some of those existing systems that we can rely on. But we're also addressing traceability at a very granular level. Right. And so, yes, it's possible to start having a few errors at those things, and you can correct those errors. It's difficult to have that propagate through the entire network. Right. And so that's actually part of the reason why we want to go down to those lowest saleable units when we start creating tokens.
Yeah. And actually in the example, we have seen a batch level traceability, but with the semi-fungible tokens that we have, we can do it also at the single item level. And that, of course, minimizes things. So let's say it's really a process integration topic which follows technology that we have, but of course it starts from the process, in my opinion.
There was another question which I think you already partially answered, but it was around integrating IoT data and gathering it into the solution to create that like immutable, non-human reliant data collection.
Yeah, so as we were discussing also while I was showing this very long demo, so basically the integration can happen automatically. Then we can decide, and this is what we do every time we start a traceability project, is what needs to be immutable and what can be instead just gathered from a data source, which can be IoT, and then fed into maybe a hourly or bi-hourly checkpoint transactions on the blockchain. So using those systems, it's not a heavy task right now because we have technology, we can gather data from the field, we can elaborate on the edge, and then we can push it to the blockchain system. We can even put potentially a blockchain node on the edge and then decide to directly write from the edge. So technology-wise, we're ready. Of course, it all comes down to, again, process integration, which is key here, because if you don't control the process, of course, you will not control what goes in the blockchain.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's tempting to think of your blockchain as like a data historian, and that's not necessarily how they should be set up. Capturing like key events, alerts, or if things go above a certain threshold, those are things you want to
Yeah, exactly. And let me say, these things are what are driving us into the next gen traceability, because what we had so far is I have some steps of my value chain, I have some items, but value chains happens with events, and events describe what is happening on the process itself. So our vision is to move from, let's say, ex post traceability or during the process traceability to something that reacts to business events that are coming from standards, for example, GS1 standards. So what we're doing is combining an event-driven traceability to move towards something which is really following the real world. So we are tracking events, using events to create assets, which is a mint token on the blockchain. And then we want to have the possibility also to start doing things without disclosing fully the information. So for example, I have 10 suppliers that does shipping for me. I don't want to tell supplier 1 that I have provided my goods to supplier 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my token sort of a private token. So this token can be exchanged without disclosing that with the other suppliers. And that is very key. And the transfer happens under privacy. So there is, let's say, a commitment proving that a transfer has happened, but there is no disclosure of the information. And this is really changing how things are going to be in the future. So we're working towards that vision, but technology and automation is part of the vision itself.
That's always the great trade-off, right? We want full transparency and privacy at the same time,
Yeah,
right? And, it's really interesting to see how the technology can get us there.
Yeah, so in this chart, we can see exactly what I was just talking about. So the vision for us is really to make it next gen and start with all the steps, but track the events and be able to combine events and actions on the blockchain. And through these actions, we will be able to exactly describe what's going on. So the vision itself, it's very important. And basically to get there, and I'm just gonna move to the next slide, we need a few things. We need, first of all, the possibility to tokenize at scale. So we need to be able to mint and create a lot of tokens. So supply chains, real supply chains, if we think about industries like pharma, for example, they create a lot of products, they create a lot of items, and we need to be able to do so. And to do so, we have different ways. Number one, of course, we need reliable software. So this is what OpsChain does through application programming interfaces. We are able to handle heavy loads. So if you have a huge chunk of tokens, we can either decide to batch them, or we can serialize this submission to the blockchain, even on public blockchain. And the other way around is use layer 2 or potentially layer 3 technologies to save up some cost and speed up the work. So for example, we made a strong transition to Polygon, which was a chain which was giving us a very high throughput compared to Ethereum, and it was much more cheap compared to Ethereum, which was more sustainable for, let's say, supply chain traceability. But it's not ending here, because if you have millions of tokens every day, probably neither Polygon can support. So what we're doing is, as you well know, of course, we are talking about maybe industry chains, for example. And this is going to be key. So we cannot congest the main network. We need to share the burden between the different public networks, and this is going to be key. So tokenizing at scale is the first item here. We need to get there. And our services helps, but of course the ecosystem needs to follow and adjust. The second thing is asset-driven traceability. So we really want to get granular. And when I mean granular, I mean that maybe I produce a batch, and this batch has 10,000 items. And those 10,000 items, they need to be splitted between different suppliers or shipping companies, and then they need to be packaged. So they're packaged and shipped to the distributor, for example. And doing asset-driven traceability allows us to do so. Otherwise, we're just tracking at batch level, and we're not really creating real-time visibility and efficiency, which is what supply chain needs nowadays.
Yeah, there's often the aggregation and disaggregation, reaggregation. It all comes into play when we're starting to trace things through.
Yeah, and the third item, and maybe we do have more questions we can take then, is basically how we can lower transaction costs and how we can add privacy. And this is where Polygon Nightfall we just launched comes in. So Polygon Nightfall, we're gonna see, it gives us the possibility to transfer under privacy those tokens that we support. So it's going to give us the possibility to enable what I was talking about. So creating some transparent, immutable ecosystems with private transactions. And it's really a game changer here.
I'm looking through a few of the questions, and actually we can ask. I see a couple even coming from our colleagues in EY about how we did the demo of the manual, like clicking buttons to show it, which I think is nice from a visual perspective, so you can follow through. But just like Federico had mentioned, we really expect a lot of application integration directly into these networks, right? There could be cases for manual setups and entries like we've seen, but a lot of times, especially on the event to trigger either transactions or metadata update, we expect those to come right from existing applications.
Yeah.
There was another question going back to IoT, and this seems to be kind of a theme that we're seeing here, just about using IoT to gather data and log that data on the platform. And again, I just want to reiterate, I think we have to be careful. Blockchains aren't meant to capture huge amounts of data, particularly if you have an IoT sensor that's continuously streaming, but we can capture exceptions to that data that we're looking for, or we could use a combination of tokenization and notarization, like Federico was talking about earlier, to maybe take a a data set over a period of time and be able to prove that, that was in fact captured and we could reproduce it, and it does travel with the token that we would move. But on chain, you'd probably only ever see the hash of some of that type of information.
Yeah. To get into boring things, so our idea is not to replace event hubs on IoT. So those needs to continue to exist. What we want to do is really get the data, the valuable data from these events hub, which can be even minute by minute tracking of a temperature in a mutable way, as we were discussing, and be able to put it in our tokens. So the tokens can carry the physical information as well. And this is where we need to converge at that point. And of course, the architecture remains the same for IoT, and the blockchain is here to give an interoperable layer that can be used to share this information with business partners. So as you said, it's not working as a database, it's more working as something that enables things for our business partners in the network.
Absolutely. And I think the last question that came in is maybe the $1 million question, or maybe $1 billion question, depending on how you evaluate it. So the technology is there, it's in place. How do we actually get people to start using it? That's a little bit of a precursor to our next presenter from Pharma Ledger for an example of one industry. But I really think it's going to take groups of big industry players to start coming together to say, we want to be able to use this kind of technology for tracing our products throughout their life cycle. We care about the way that our suppliers are providing us data, and we care about how we're giving data to our customers. It wraps in things with sustainability and carbon emissions, as well as the product traceability. I think the trick is going to be building these networks that have low barriers to entry, so they're not so costly for even small entities to get involved in. I do think some of the larger players are going to help shoulder some of the burden early on to get the volumes that we need to be able to see. And then I think over time, if we set these up correctly and the solutions are robust enough, we'll be able to fill in a lot of the gaps along the way for supply chains. And I don't think it's in the too far distant future when it's just going to be easier to use these networks to transfer assets than it is to set up, a simulation of what we do today with like direct interfaces and EDIs and hubs along those lines.
Yeah, but let's take the customs example again, the thing that we were discussing earlier. So customs are a great example of where automation can help, because I do have the physical goods coming in, but maybe I have some paper document attached, or I have an email which has been sent to the customs to justify that shipping. And let's think in the new perspective. I do have my goods, and I have also a token that represents the package, and that token contains all the information that I need to clear that out or to ask more information. So it is really transforming the way of thinking also of more legacy processes that we have across. So I would say it's going to take a while, of course, to come to that point, but I do see through the things that we are doing with our clients also the right path to come to that point. And of course, getting to the new level of traceability, which is what we're trying to achieve through the products that we have, it's going to help us speeding that process, because we have ready to go product, ready to go asset, which we can demonstrate that it works, and it works on public networks as well. And we can use that as a way to speed up that transition. Of course, it's going to take time because regulated things needs time, but we will be able to prove it right away. And this is going to be, let's say, moving towards that change.
Yeah, it's exciting.
So we talk about Polygon Nightfall, the last bullet point. And before giving you a demo of the supply chain manager with privacy, I would like to touch a few elements of Polygon Nightfall, which has just been launched. So it's very fresh stuff. And it's something that we have open sourced, so it's public for everybody. And it's an upgraded version of the Nightfall that we have released in the past. And it basically gives us two things. Of course, lower costs. If I want to use a public network like Ethereum, not using Nightfall is like a big mistake, because it's going to be very costly, unless, of course, you're tracking assets which have an immense value, then it might make sense. But the other thing is giving us the privacy through the use of zero knowledge proof. And what I would like to try to do is simplify those very complex concepts and try to explain you what happens, even before diving into a demo. So Polygon Nightfall gives us the possibility to do a couple of things. So first of all, what we do is we create our asset on the main layer. It can be Ethereum, it can be Polygon, so the main layer of the blockchain, let's say. And creating this asset is not something new. So we have our tokenization functionality, which we have seen, and we can create this token with a very simple, let's say, couple of clicks or APIs integration. Then Polygon Nightfall comes in and it gives us the shielding. And shielding something means that I am committing this token and I'm giving that to a smart contract on the blockchain. And this smart contract is going to keep that token for the whole time the token is under privacy. That means that I am somehow bridging my token into a private network. And I have the counterparty on the main one, which is deposited into the shield contract. And that is what we call commitment. So every time I shield something, I have a commitment of that operation happening. What it happens next is that when the token is under privacy, I can transfer it as many times as I want to my different business partners. So I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 transfers, and every transfer is going to happen under privacy, and I'm going to have a commitment for it. So I'm going to lose my commitment because I have deposited the token. And basically the new owner is going to get a new commitment under privacy. And then at the very end of the process, somebody might want to make this token public again. And they will be able to do the withdrawal of that token and start making it public again. So when it's public, you will not know what happened on the privacy, but you will still have all the metadata, all the information related to the asset itself. So Polygon Nightfall gives us very, very powerful weapons to achieve the privacy. And then, of course, Polygon Nightfall will continue to evolve, so we might expect more features to come in the upcoming months. But of course, this is the foundational element because the main problem is sharing information about who's working with me on some key steps of my value chain. So what we can do now is see how this translates into our OpsChain product. And basically, this is what we call the supply chain manager with privacy. So I'm gonna just run a demo. Just give me a second to set it up. And okay, so as you can see, we're back into tokenization, and we do have our fresh fruit bunch that we were creating earlier. And as you can see, it has all the metadata that we had. So it has a destination to Canada. And this is all the set of data that we had earlier. So what we can do now, of course, we can keep going and transfer it or burn it as well. But as you can see, now this token is public. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it private. So it warns us that when it's under privacy, we will not be able to edit the metadata, the immutable metadata, and burn the tokens because we are basically trying to change something which has been shielded and committed into the, let's say, shield contract that we were mentioning. So now the token has been made private. And when it's private, I cannot burn, as you can see, and I cannot change most of the metadata apart from the location, which is the only mutable metadata here. So what is going to happen is I'm going to transfer this token. So first of all, I'm going to move that into my logistic facility. So within my firm still. And then I'm going to transfer it to my business partner. So let's do this change first. So I'm going to make an update of the metadata. Okay. And then we're going to change the coordinates because I've moved that to a different place. So this is my warehouse and I'm going to update the metadata. Okay. And as you can see, that was fast because the data was mutable. So it's not hitting the blockchain because we are under privacy as well. And what happens next? Let's transfer this one to my shipping company, which is going to manage all the logistics for me. So this is ready to ship and shipping company Inc. is going to get it. And now, as you can see, the token is still here, but it's going to disappear pretty soon. So let's give it just a second and it's gone. So you cannot see it anymore. And basically what happens is we're going to switch to the shipping company. Of course, it's for demo purposes, but you can imagine what happens in the real world. And we're going to see that we have just received the token. But first of all, we're going to activate the tokenization features. So we have received the token here and it's private. and we can see the details. And one interesting thing, we can see that the metadata is of course the same, but we can see the token history. And this is the very important stuff. So we have the end-to-end story. So from the creation of the token, each immutable metadata update, the deposit, and then also the transfer under privacy. So with the ownership of the token, we are able to see the history of the token itself, and we are able to try to trace it and understand where this goes. And this is enabled by our privacy technology, because it gives us the possibility to know what happens under the layer 2. And right now, my shipping company is just changing the location again, because they want to, let's say, assign to their physical location, but the ownership is already in their hands. And basically, after changing the location, they can potentially put it again under privacy. So now token history has not changed because the mutable metadata is not hitting the blockchain. And then they might want to basically move it again under privacy, outside privacy, sorry. So here I just got a refresh, so I just wanted to start again. And as you can see, it's private, and we're gonna make it public. And so now we are doing an instant withdrawal from Nightfall, which is a very technical, complex stuff, which we don't have time to dive in. But basically now the token is public again, and it's visible to everybody on the layer 1. So that is our beta of Supply Chain Manager with privacy, and it's a very powerful tool, and we plan to use that at scale with our clients, and it's also something that we think is going to be really, really important moving forward. So
yeah, I think the really important point on that, Federico, is just how even when the token's under privacy, if you own that token, you can see the information about it without revealing it to everybody. You can choose, if you wanted to reveal everything back out, but owning the token gives you the authorization to see the information about it. And that's something that's been missing on public networks for really since now, right? So really excited to see this technology in operation. I think it's going to change the way that we're looking at it.
Yeah, and it's been really tough work, of course, because privacy comes with a cost. It's a very heavy engineering work to do, but results has been great so far, and we really look forward to apply these concepts as well. So I think we're good with slides, if I'm not wrong. Let's just double check. And
I know we could probably talk about this stuff all day long.
We
do talk about this stuff all day long, but maybe we have time for a short break before we come back. We have a special video from the EEA that we wanted to show, an announcement. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we can come back to show the video and introduce our next speaker. Oh, we're gonna go right to the video now? All right. So this is pretty cool. Before our final keynote presentation for the day, we have a special video that we wanted to schedule in here. It's a message from the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance. EEA Group has been working to prepare the world of enterprise for Ethereum, and they're just about to publish their 2022 Enterprise Readiness Report. And this video is going to show a sneak peek of what they're about to publish.
Hi, my name is Dan Burnett, and I am the Executive Director of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Since our founding in 2017, we have been dedicated to enabling organizations to adopt and use Ethereum technology in their day-to-day business operations. And that's why I'm delighted to be able to be here virtually at the EY Global Blockchain Summit, which has become one of the premier events for the business Ethereum world, and to be able to make the first public announcement of a new program we think is very much aligned with the conference theme of BUIDL Together. This should be of interest to all of us who care about the use of blockchain and Ethereum to solve business problems. But first, mainstream visibility for blockchain and the Ethereum ecosystem has never been as high as today. Ethereum's founders are becoming household names. Adoption is soaring on a number of key metrics and in highly visible settings, but the public discussion is generally focused on consumer DeFi, NFTs, investment-oriented DAOs, and other use cases focused on finance or speculation. There's less visibility for business use. But as we all know, Ethereum was conceived as a general-purpose world computer capable of supporting all manner of business applications. The good news is that a lot of exciting and innovative activity is happening in the world of business Ethereum as well. And while this may not be making headlines, We think these developments are just as important. I am very pleased today to be able to announce the inaugural edition of the EEA's new Ethereum Business Readiness Report. Due out in June, this report is designed to help the broader business community understand the potential and capabilities of public Ethereum and today's Ethereum ecosystem. By this, we mean real-world business use cases, outside the more well-known consumer-facing fintech ones like DeFi, NFT, or cryptocurrencies. In this way, we hope to do a service to the Ethereum community, as well as to the many, many businesses and professionals outside the blockchain bubble who have heard about this new technology and are interested in understanding what it could mean for them. This work is not without its challenges. While high-priced NFTs are tailor-made for headlines and cryptocurrencies easy to quantify, measure, and track, day-to-day business projects happen behind the scenes. They are meant to solve problems, not draw attention to themselves, and that makes them harder to find and quantify. For this reason, we have chosen a mix of qualitative and quantitative research. For a quantitative picture, we have begun building a database of projects that meet our business use criteria in order to gather what statistics we can. We have also conducted a survey. For qualitative information, and to help us paint a picture of what is going on the ground, we are focusing on case studies and laying the foundations for what we intend to grow into the definitive collection of business Ethereum case studies in our industry. To round this off, we have been conducting interviews with practitioners and experts on business Ethereum topics. We believe this will result in one of the most complete and independent snapshots of where business Ethereum is today, and will lay the foundation for further research and comparisons in the years ahead. Now, while I can't reveal all of our findings quite yet, I thought I would give you a little taste of what you'll find in the report. You will, for example, learn in detail about the key trends we think will be shaping business Ethereum in the years ahead. These include the maturation of the Ethereum mainnet. This will be manifested by a number of major upgrades and improvements over the course of this year that will dramatically improve Ethereum's performance while keeping its strong security and reducing energy consumption by over 99%. The growing universe of ancillary platforms and services on top of the mainnet, generally referred to as Layer 2s, which add key functionalities and improve performance while keeping the mainnet as the publicly available, always-on anchor of security and trust. Significant technological breakthroughs in the fields of cryptography and privacy-preserving computing that make it feasible to square the circle between transparency and privacy that has been a goal of the blockchain community since its inception. And finally, a growing awareness and understanding among the blockchain business community of the unique opportunities afforded by public blockchains and of decentralized business models more generally. To aid business decision makers, we have also begun systematically defining and evaluating Ethereum business readiness along a number of criteria. We believe this is one of the first attempts to do so in this way. And while this inevitably involves a lot of subjective as well as objective analysis, and while we have no doubt our results will catalyze discussion in the community, from our conversations so far, we are convinced that such a framework will provide a useful service to businesses building in this space, and that our first attempts here will build the basis for further research and refinement. So what happens next? Firstly, I do hope this short preview has whet your appetite for more. If so, the report is scheduled to be published on June 15th. It will be available first for our members, so if you'd like to see it right away, please feel free to reach out to one of them. You can also sign up to get a free copy once the public version is available. This is just the start of our program. If you would like to contribute your project or potentially be interviewed for a future report, please get in touch with our research department. And last but not least, if you'd be interested in joining the EA, we encourage you to reach out to James Harsh. He would be more than happy to talk to you. With that, I would like to extend my thanks to Paul Brody and the EY team for this excellent and very important conference, and to wish everyone here smooth sailing in learning about Ethereum and in BUIDLing together for a better future for all of our businesses.
Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed that video from EEA. Some pretty exciting announcements that they're making and a little sneak peek on their report. I'm really excited to announce James Gannon, our next speaker. I've had the pleasure of working with James over the past couple of years in the pharma industry, and he is currently the VP of Quality, Trust, and Safety at the Pharma Ledger Foundation. He's also a board member and audit committee chair for ICON/PTI and advisor for Equidium Health, as well as Assura LLC. James, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk a little bit about what you've been up to.
Thanks, Jamie. So yeah, I'm really pleased to have been invited to kind of give an overview today of the Pharma Ledger Association and the work that we've done to date and really kind of the journey that we've gone along. And yeah, it's a pleasure to finally be able to move along with the story and tell how we're building what I believe is a new type of public good. So the title is something that I wanted to try and get in, given that this is the closing of the day, is I wanted to look at, moving from day 0 to day 1. And it's this concept of trying to move beyond these proof of concepts and move beyond the idea of just talking about things and really looking at how we build out actual use cases using blockchain and decentralized technology and how Pharma Ledger is approaching that. So a bit of background about myself. Jamie, as I said, gave a bit of an overview of what I'm doing currently, serving as the VP of Quality, Trust, and Safety at the Pharma Ledger Association. I'm building up our governance and our compliance landscape there. Previously with Novartis, I also worked for a couple of startups, and I've done very strange jobs at the United Nations and some very interesting consulting work over the years as well. I often find myself working in like these regulatory gray areas where things quite haven't yet been defined. How do we use technology within the pharma industry? And I really like breaking industry stereotypes, and I think you'll see some of that through my presentation here today. So the first kind of big question with any of these kind of industry ventures is why? And for me, Pharma Ledger, really locked this down really well. So starting from the top right, we see that systems these days, that they're not patient-centric. They're trying to cater to so many diverse stakeholders that they really are diverging away from what the actual patient needs. Often a result of that as well is, we have these massive troves of very siloed data. We have massive issues with fake medicines that can be tackled very effectively with technology. There's a large risk of cyber attacks out there, and the threat landscape is always growing. There's a lot of intermediaries in the farm industry, and often they're taking value, which of course they have to, they're commercial businesses. But there's an opportunity now, using decentralized technology and using blockchain to really look at how we start to disintermediate these value chains. And, that's one of the core things that Pharma Ledger is looking to do. And last thing, similar to what Jamie was talking about in the last session there is, the data provenance thing, and how do we actually do traceability, which is increasingly not just the right thing to do, but, we've a lot of regulation coming out, and we've a lot of regulation coming in the future on, data provenance. How do we do tracking? How do we actually, have trust in what we're doing? So the goal of Pharma Ledger is to build out a digital trust ecosystem. And really the way that we're trying to look at this is not necessarily looking at individual use cases, but rather the broader picture. And really it's about that interdependent group of actors. It's, both enterprises, of course, manufacturers play a huge part in this, but it's also the people and the assets, the things themselves. And we want to have a standardized digital platform and a standardized way of working to achieve that mutually beneficial purpose of, improving the supply chain, improving the entire value chain across the pharma ecosystem in general, because that plays a big part in how we actually do true digital transformation within healthcare. And we feel that PharmaLedger could be a major part of that going forward. So really we see, common best practices, common technology patterns, common ways to come together and work in a collaborative fashion. Something that I'll be very honest, the pharma industry has been very bad about in the past. I think that my personal opinion, I think COVID has really changed how we look at collaboration as an industry, and we're really trying to build on top of that with the implementation of the outcomes of the PharmaLedger research project, and take that kind of impetus that we have in the industry at the moment and use it to drive to a real success in the future. So the journey, where did PharmaLedger come from, and where did we get to where we are today? And I remember discussions, as often is the case with these type of things. Back in around 2016, I remember talking to Dan Fritz, who's the industry project lead for PharmaLedger, about the idea that he and a couple of others had around, can we actually come together and look at blockchain as a collaborative use case across all of the players in industry, not just looking about, Novartis was my employer at the time, not just looking about what can Novartis do with this, but rather, that bigger picture on that collaboration piece. Dan and others put a lot of work in over the course of a few years, and what we ended up with in 2018 was a public-private partnership on a research project funded by the Innovative Medicines Initiative in the EU, where we brought together, over 25 stakeholders comprised of everything from major pharma companies. We have hospitals involved, we have patient representative groups, we have technology providers, and we've spent the last few years working on these use cases that we came up with. It's a 3-year research project. We're now looking at what do we do beyond that research phase. So with that in mind, we've incorporated a not-for-profit association this year. In fact, we actually incorporated it on April 1st, but it was not an April Fool's joke, to try and take those use cases and take those technology platforms that we've built and build out that future state. Make sure that this is not just another research project that comes up with great ideas and comes up with fantastic research, but it doesn't turn into a real, productive in the world use case. How do we, turn that into a reality then, that piece of moving from a research project into a productive model? And we've come up with this kind of business model for the association, where in the middle, you see what the association itself as a legal entity is providing. So it's, the secretariat services, it's the quality and regulatory piece, it's the technical oversight of the projects. We're looking at having an innovation lab called the X Lab, and obviously a board of directors, which will bring together the various industry stakeholders to be able to oversee and govern the strategy for the group. As you look around the edge, then you see, we have the ecosystem users. We need those involved. We need a help desk. We need to have that interaction piece. We need the members of the association, which I'll come back to in a while. Third-party technology suppliers, this is not a single vendor solution. We're looking at a really technology agnostic and vendor agnostic ecosystem. Other platforms, interoperability is a huge thing here. Again, we don't want to be the one that says we have to do it this way for this reason and only do it this way. We want to be open to collaboration. If there's other platforms out there that we should interact with, we want to be able to build those capabilities. Sponsors, we're looking at it. We are a not-for-profit association. We want to reach out to some of the public health groups that are out there and help them build out solutions to some of their technology challenges. And a product portfolio. At the core of it, we want to have these products that operate in a decentralized manner, often using blockchain, and that the association will essentially shepherd these products into real-world live production regulated use cases. Now, after that, I can tell that some of you will be saying, I've heard this before, big pharma can't do that. We're too big, we're too slow, we don't come to anything. We always talk about these things, but we have a challenge in turning them into reality. And often it's true. But in this case, I'm just going to choose two of our use cases as examples. If we look at electronic product information, So EPI is these, when you get a pack of medicine and you have these giant sheets of paper, looking at digitizing that in a patient-centric manner, where yes, all of, let's say, the 12 major pharma companies, we could develop our own apps for this. And a patient, who has 10 medications is going to have to potentially download 10 apps, scan each of them, and, we'll have the milieu of that. From a patient perspective, I'm a patient. That doesn't work. That is not a patient-centric technology solution. So what we have done is we've come together and we've built a single patient app, which you can scan in the future when we go live, any pack of medicine, and you will get the electronic version of the patient information leaflet using blockchain technology, reaching back into the source systems, those regulated source systems at the manufacturers. But from a patient perspective, it's seamless. You have one app for all of your medication, and you're able to just get the information you need, rather than having to deal with, the mess of which medication is for what manufacturer and matching apps up. Just really looking at it from a patient perspective. Another major area that we've focused on, and one of our more mature use cases is the anti-counterfeiting piece. Again, coming back to that concept of how do we actually reach out to patients and involve them in that anti-counterfeiting journey, because they're the ones that will have the packs in their hands. They are the ones that may have concerns. If I'm a patient and I'm like, I don't know if this pack is genuine or not, or if I have a concern about a pack, literally using that same application that we use for the electronic product information, I'll be able to do serial number verification. I'll be able to do anti-counterfeiting checks. And in the future, we'll be able to also submit, I believe that I have a counterfeit pack, and have that relationship then with the manufacturer. These are real world built solutions. We have these operating and proof of concepts, and we're looking at turning these into production pilots in European Union and in a number of other countries in Q4 this year and Q1 next year. It's not the only ones. We are also looking at many other use cases, a package of use cases that is growing day by day at this point. The ones that we've focused on during the research project have included, clinical trial recruitment. How do we do that anonymized matching of patients to clinical trial inclusion and exclusion criteria? E-consent, again, within that patient-facing space for trials, how do we do informed consent? Clinical supply chain tracking, and also finished goods traceability, again, coming back to some of what Jamie was talking about earlier on that real, large volume asset tracking. And then the two that I've mentioned, and we also have a use case around medical device IoT and personalized medicines. Another very interesting one around, dynamic real-time acquisition of data and processing, again, from a very patient-centric lens rather than from an industry lens. Again, another challenge that I've often heard is, but we're pharma, we're too heavily regulated for these emerging technologies. Open source as well is another big challenge. How can this work in a regulated environment? And I often pull out this slide and take it with a little pinch of salt, because obviously this is, it's a very high level analysis from just a site that tracks open source projects. If we look at the financial industry, another heavily regulated industry, they have 2,000 open source projects in production use. If we look at the broader healthcare ecosystem, including, the hospital and the pharmacy area, over 700. If we look at energy, including nuclear energy, one of the most regulated industries, over 400 open source projects. If we look at purely pharma-focused open source projects that are in real-world production use, I can find one. There may be another few on, small scale deployments, but as we talk about, regulated industries can't do this. I don't believe that that's true. We as pharma have had a traditional risk aversion to doing it, but we want to change that with Pharma Ledger. This is another area where we want to focus on building up that ecosystem piece around open source adoption as well. And one of our principles is that every product and every project that the Pharma Ledger Association either develops or supports will be on an open source basis. So looking at the public good angle, really the core here is we want to help the public adopt a healthcare digital trust ecosystem. And we want to be a facilitator of that. We don't want to monopolize it. We don't want to be the only game in town. We want to be the group that helps accelerate the adoption of a healthcare DTE. And really, by bringing reusable artifacts, by bringing some standardization, by bringing some of the regulatory and quality control piece to the table and offering a venue and a place to host those projects, we hope that that will remove some of the risk that's involved in starting an open source project directed at pharma companies, or being able to bring an existing open source project into the pharma ecosystem and being able to deal with all of the complexity of, how do we meet the regulatory needs? How do we do quality control? How do we do qualification and validation? Really, we want to be a forum that helps accelerate that adoption of these types of projects. What is kind of our big principles for the association is, I've called it out a few times now, we are a not-for-profit, this is not a money-making enterprise. Everything we do is going to be on an open source basis. We're going to look at supporting those industry-specific challenges that we have for pharma. Yes, we may utilize, some of the innovations that we see in the finance or in the energy sector, but really we want to focus on the unique challenges that we as a pharma ecosystem have and look at accelerating those. We want to be truly decentralized. This one is very close to my heart. We don't run the network. We set out the policies, we set out the standards, and we set out the framework. But we are not the master control node for the network. We're not, running the network ourselves, which we then just lease out nodes to other companies. We want this to be an actual decentralized network. We want this XLab that we're talking about. This is an idea that we're still fleshing out at the moment to support that community development piece. We want to build an open source community around this. We want that open source community to be very diverse. We're not a DAO. Yet, this is a question that I get asked anytime I speak about pharma ledgers. Oh, is this a DAO? Is this a DAO? No, we need to respect that at the moment, this is a big leap of faith for the industry, and we want to make sure that it's palatable. We want to take the journey slowly, and we're doing it in a way that we want to foster the adoption rather than just going for the brand new thing that is out there. So a DAO may be on our cards in the future, but at the moment we're doing that more kind of traditional not-for-profit association model. So what are the principles, looking at how we kind of came to this point? It's about building an ecosystem where we're not at the center of it. We want to be that facilitator role. And that's something that's very important. And we've actually, we've gone so far as to enshrine it into our governance principles for the association, that we're an ecosystem facilitator here. We're not here to put ourselves at the center of something. Build for trust. This is very important. With that patient-centric mindset, we want to be a trusted party in that ecosystem. Because if we're facilitating bringing use cases to real world production, then they're relying on us being a trusted entity. And it's very interesting. I requested that my title at the association include trust, because I think it's a key part of how we operate the association, that we build things in public, we build things in a transparent manner, and we build things where there's no question of, oh, where did that come from, or how did that element come about? We want to be very open and transparent. We need to build for scale. This is a challenge often in the not-for-profit space as well. It's very easy to roll out something in one country or two countries, but we really want this to be a global digital trust ecosystem. The easy path is to choose a region or to choose an area to go down, but we really want this to be a globally focused group. Build for S-curves. Now, if you don't know what an S-curve is, I'm going to come to that later. So S-curves are something I'm very passionate about. But yeah, we want to build for the future is essentially what this is. We don't want to build for what's happened 5 years ago or what is even happening today. We want to build for the future. And not build for profit. This is actually a very interesting one. Like, there's a lot of commercial companies out there. There's a lot of players in that space, but really we want this to be on a not-for-profit basis. And, it was refreshing to see all of the major pharma companies and the other major stakeholders in the ecosystem really stand up and say, yeah, we're okay with this not being something that is, out to make a profit out of. And that was a big stepping stone, I think, for us. I like to call out a couple of the firsts that I believe we are. I'm open to being challenged on some of these, but within the pharma industry, I believe that this is the first whole industry open source collaboration that we've done that's actually brought something to production reality. I believe we're the first home for open source regulated tech within the healthcare domain. I believe we're building the first single portal for patients that crosses multiple manufacturers. With that, if you have medication from 5 different pharma companies, we will have a single app for that. I'm really flipping it around to having this patient first mentality to the point where, we will have patient advocacy and patient representative groups on our board of directors. This isn't just a token thing where we say, oh yes, patient-centric patient. No, we're enshrining this into our bylaws and we're enshrining this into our governance. So what's next? And this is where I want to come back to these S-curves. So S-curves are something that Ben Evans at Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z, came up with many years ago. And essentially they're a way at looking at innovation and looking at innovation that has unknowns as a factor. So you can see on the left, and all credit to Ben for these slides that I'm going to start with. When we were building the PC internet, when you were logging in from a desktop or you were logging in from a laptop, we reached kind of a plateau, particularly around the dot-com boom, where innovation kind of died and we really didn't know where to go. It was kind of a lot of Me Too applications, a lot of the same thing over and over with a different skin. But then suddenly the mobile internet came along. It started off with WAP applications, and then suddenly it was like screens on mobile devices started getting a bit bigger. So there was more potential to innovate in the space. We're still in the internet domain, but we have a new S-curve starting. So these S-curves are kind of channels where a life cycle of innovation happens. And if we look at the mobile internet one, it kind of took the question from what can we build on the billion scale platforms that we already have today to what's next? How can we leverage some of the learnings and some of the things that we've gone through to look at what the next S-curve is going to be? And looking at, that mobile one, mobile started off with, oh, we can do email on a phone. Oh, I can check stocks and weather on my phone. When we were coming up with those innovations in the mobile internet space, nobody was thinking about ride sharing, Instagram, Instacart. These are all multi-billion-dollar industries now. And that's the beauty of these S-curves is you can start somewhere, but you have this gradual curve where the innovation will change within the same domain, how you look at things. And really, I apologize for my S-curves are a little bit wobbly. I'm not as good as Ben in PowerPoint. We have an S-curve for blockchain. Now, personally, I don't actually really like talking about blockchain. I prefer to talk about decentralized technology because I believe blockchain is one element of a broader landscape. So decentralized technology really started off with some of the traditional things that many of our companies might have done: currency, bonds, assets. There was a real uptake in that. However, when we look at this, we've now kind of taken at the start of our pharma ledger journey, we've added onto the top of an S-curve here because we're building on the innovations that already happened in that financial space. We're building on the technology basis that came out of some of those initial use cases. We've looked at these adverse events piece. We're looking at some clinical trials. There's a good few companies out there doing traceability. Particularly, I have to give all credit to companies like MediLedger who have really put real world implementations of this out there and have had real adoption. So, to me, this was how we started really getting into this in pharma. But when we look at it, pharma was coming out of another S-curve, which was this big data and platforms and cloud. And, I think everybody at EY probably spent many years working on this as an S-curve. This was the innovation space for pharma, and this is what we were going to do. But I think we're kind of looking at the evolution of that now. And the questions that I hear when I talk to my peers are slightly changing since we've started Pharma Ledger, because the question before was always, what can we as our individual companies do to build patient satisfaction and trust? Whereas the question has kind of shifted a little bit to more industry talking. We're like, how can we as an entire industry increase patient safety, trust together? And really, this is where I would like to see a new S-curve starting for Pharma Ledger, because we're at the bottom of the S-curve right now. And really, we're looking at, we're turning into reality some of those original use cases that we took off of the original decentralized technology S-curve on patient information, on adverse events, goods traceability, clinical trials. But really what I'm interested in is what's in the top corner up here of what comes next. And this is the interesting piece. And this is really where I'd like to reach out to everybody who's watching this, or anybody who's watching it on the replays later, is we want Pharma Ledger to be the ecosystem player here. We want to be able to facilitate all of your potential ideas that you may have around this, because we don't have all of the answers. We may know that in the future, we can support some interesting new ideas, and this is where we're coming with this potential XLab concept. But really, we need to build this ecosystem around everything that we've done to date. And this is really about reaching out to both existing players in this space in the pharma industry. I would like to reach out personally to the open source developer community. This is a really interesting way to get into open source in the pharma ecosystem. And really, it's about coming to that future state where we're actually all working on this together in a really kind of nice collaborative way. And I always like to finish with this slide, because I know it's a bit of a cliche one. So what we're doing with Pharma Ledger is, in my opinion, brand new. Bringing together the entire pharma ecosystem. And when we look at who is already involved in the Pharma Ledger research project, there's a lot of major players there. And creating a new way of working is really exciting. But we need to be a little bit hungry about it. There's a lot of work that needs to go in to build this out. There's a lot of work that needs to come in to make sure we have the right stakeholders on board. And there's a lot of work from potentially all of you watching to, stand up and say, yes, I'd like to join that. Yes, I want to be a participant in that ecosystem. Because pharma traditionally has been, I won't say closed, but it's been very difficult to break into. I saw that in my own career. And really, Pharma Ledger is an opportunity for us to change that ethos around it. And I would hope that if we come back and we do this event again next year, that I can come back and I can give an update on this presentation where I'm able to say, yeah, we've done it. We have multiple use cases in real world production that me as a patient, I can next time show you my phone and go, here's the app. And I can show you that we have 400 developers working on this now. We have 50 companies involved. We have 30 patient advocacy teams coming in and giving us that patient-centric feedback. And really, that's where I would love to be able to come next year. But to do that, it requires kind of all of us to be a little bit hungry, and for us at the association to be a little bit foolish and take some of those risks. And yeah, that's, my ask to everybody. My email address is out there. Anybody can reach me, james@pharmaledger.health. And I'm very open to having conversations and telling you more. We open up the association, all things going well, to formal membership in January next year. And I hope to hear from you all very soon.
Wow, James, that was awesome. I mean, obviously I'm biased, right? I think the mission of Pharma Ledger, what you've accomplished so far, what you're setting out to accomplish in the future is just awesome, right? And I think as you were kind of talking about the S curves and some of the industry challenges there, a few things really resonated with me. I don't know that a whole lot of positive came out of the pandemic, but one thing that I've at least noticed is this openness, this willingness of pharma companies to start working together to solve problems that are bigger than any one individual pharma manufacturer could be. And that's where I see Pharma Ledger. I mean, really just taking the lead on this and trying to shepherd that path forward. So thank you for the presentation, but also thank you for all the work and the entire Pharma Ledger Foundation for everything that's going into this. There are a couple questions. Some of them are pretty specific, but I think we have a few minutes to do that before we wrap. One went right back to the EPI that you had talked about, and it was kind of interesting in saying, what happens if you have patients that don't have digital access, maybe in third world countries where poor connectivity. How do they actually get access to the same type of digital information, and has that been part of the use case?
Yep, 100%. So, this is something that we definitely have on our roadmap, and something we're definitely looking at is how do we do that both for non-digital native patients in regions that may not have enough connectivity. We're looking at solutions that may involve the pharmacist. We're looking at solutions that involve alternate means of delivery. But yeah, this comes back again to our patient-centric mindset is we do not want to be exclusionary. Our target model here is not the, a 30-year-old software developer in San Francisco. We really need to be open to everybody who takes medication, which has a very broad spectrum of needs.
Yeah, definitely makes it challenging, but I think there's really no other way to look at that. The last question was about incentivizing node operators, and I think this is a little bit targeted perhaps, because I know you had mentioned you're open to multiple platforms, multiple networks, and those incentives, in my opinion, vary greatly depending on how you're planning on operating. But just curious if you had some thoughts around that.
What I will say is that somebody who has the knowledge and experience to ask that question would be a great person to come and get involved. These are the questions that we want people to get involved and help us answer. I don't have a today answer for that, because that is something that will vary over time. It'll vary on the use case, what network it's on, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, these are exactly the questions I want people to come to us and help us solve for.
Yeah, and I think there is a lot of solving to do, but I also think there's just been so much tremendous progress. So, James, thank you as always. Great presentation, really insightful, highlighting it. It's just fantastic to see the progress that Pharma Ledger has made. So, folks, I think that takes us to the end of our sessions for today. It's been a lot of fun hosting. Thank you for bearing with me. But we've covered topics from public finance management to pharma distribution. I just think it's such a neat thing to see the way that that blockchain and decentralized ledgers are starting to change the way that we're interacting with networks, that we're trusting finance, that we are being able to soon trust pharmaceuticals. It's just really cool to see the innovations that are coming out of it. And thank you everyone for the great questions along the way and for tuning in.